Sorry, guys. Why is the music so loud, by the way? Okay. I was a little bit in a rush today while prepping for the stream, so that's why I'm a little bit late. Also, haven't eaten yet, so a lot of things coming together. But I just wasn't able to really manage it better. Like I woke up at like 9 or something, so I did have like technically enough time. But we're at the moment trying to make like a pressure paint pot into a dice making pressure pot. And oh lord, it's way more complicated than we thought to actually find the right fittings. Because I don't know, like you would argue that actually people just like write what fitting they're selling into the title and in the description, and then everything is fine because it's like, it's like a technical item, but nope. The first thing we got nothing from Amazon, like literally only like an empty package with air, that's it. And the second time we got the wrong fitting, and now it's I looked into it myself because Zach wanted to do it, but Zach is like so frustrated by it, so now I looked into it. And now I'm really frustrated too. Like it's such a hassle. Oh my god. Like people literally write like in the title one thing and then in the description an entirely different thing. It doesn't even make sense. So, yeah. And welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sach Geltung, Urteilspflicht, let's go. Um, so welcome everybody. I'm glad you guys are here. So, you were first, Grumpy Palace Cat, let's go. And hi, MCLP. Good morning to you too. How are you guys doing? Goedemiddag, Asta. She's so power, she turned ghost. Ooh, that could be me, honestly. I hope she haunts my house. Okay. That turned that turned into a way different direction real quick. And there's the famous charity stream. Oh my god. That would honestly be kind of funny though, but yeah. welcome, Pantaloons. And hi, Navandro. Did Etsy get their shit together? No. They like no human ever looked at the appeal, as far as I'm concerned. So no, Etsy banned me permanently for life because I used the credit card of my husband. So yeah, that's still a thing. So all the stuff I was selling on Etsy, I'm selling on my own shop now. Traffic is way more difficult. So yeah. Nice, Spidey Exe. Welcome. Honey chili potato? Is that. How does that look like? I like. Is it literally just like sort of a potato with like honey and chili? Or. I'm glad you're on the waiting list for the psychosomatic clinic because of your depressions, MCLP. I'm really glad. Do you know how long the waiting time is? Hi, Zikoya. Bonjour. welcome. You need to do way more promotion to get your online shop going. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like I really hate promotion. Like marketing is one of the things I really despise. I'm not good at it because I don't really think like the average person. So what to me is funny is like usually not I don't know, like the mainstream hits. And I don't know, I just I really don't. I don't know, like promoting is not what is fun to me, you know? So like creating is really fun to me. I love creating, but promoting is absolutely not fun and it takes a lot of time and skill. And I don't feel motivated at all to spend my time in that. So yeah, not sure how I'm gonna solve that. Like I already tried to I made some posts on Pinterest because of my stuff, but they get like no views. Like I seriously I just don't know how it works and I just don't want to read into it. I don't know. I just yeah. So you just make fries and then just make like noodles or chow mein with tipping or spring onion. Oh, okay. Like sort of like loaded fries in a way, but with like honey and chili. Depends which group you're getting into. Depression is 1 to 4 months. Oh, that's fine though. Like I thought it's gonna be like 6 months minimum. So 1 to 4 months is really like that. That's good news. ADHD group 1 to 2 years. Oof. And the doctors have to decide which group I'm going to. Yeah, I really hope they decide for the depression group so you get like some help soon because 1 to 2 years is crazy. Like even if the depression is coming from untreated ADHD, like just not having a solution for 1 to 2 years is interesting. Maybe there's someone in the community with a marketing background that can help you. I mean, if there's somebody who wanna help me like market my online shop, like for sure I would love that. You just came from the hospital, Navandra? Just went for psychiatric meds. Oh, what for? Like from all I know, psychiatric meds are quite heavy. Oh wait, but they're not. Wait, all psychiatric meds. I don't know which category psychiatric meds are. Like I know there's like sort of like schizophrenia stuff like this meds, but I don't think the category of them is called psychiatric. So I think Deutschland is supposed to be Germany. I just want to feel numbed seriously for depression, PTSD, and anxiety. Oh, did you have like a flare up or something recently? And that's why you were at the hospital, or I'm like struggling to sort of like place this in the timeline at the moment. And sorry, guy, I do need to eat while we talk already. I just didn't get to it. Sorry. Hmm. I'm glad that you're saying that MCLP because I didn't want to say it. But I personally feel like if the doctors would be like, oh, it's only ADHD, depression, I would seek a second opinion. Because from all I hear from you, it's definitely bigger than that. Also, by the way, like ADHD, like are you like officially diagnosed with ADHD already? Um, because ADHD symptoms can also come from trauma, especially childhood trauma. So So yeah, if you don't have like an ADHD diagnosis yet, they can literally like at the end of the diagnosis be like, hey, like we do see you have a lot of the symptoms, but might just be trauma, not ADHD. Like for me, that was why I wasn't officially diagnosed. They like in the sort of in the like sheet they gave me in the diagnosis they essentially said like get your trauma checked out first, and you know, like if that's not a thing, or like if you already have that checked out and then you still have those symptoms, come back. But like as of now, we're gonna think trauma. It took you 1 year and 2 months to get started with therapy from the letter from the doctor. Oh lord. For me, it actually was only like 2 weeks. But I was at the like psychologist where I didn't really click with, so it was like low key useless. And then with the specialist, I've seen them like, yeah, like 1 year later, I think. Yeah. Diagnosed since I was 6, and I think I have autism too because of my parents, for example. Everything has to be perfect and much more. Well, I mean, there's a lot of neurodivergent people. I do want to say that people can have some traits and not be officially um, autistic, right? Because it's a spectrum. But it doesn't like the. I personally feel like the titles don't matter too much. Um, because like even if you're autistic, like another person is like different autistic, you know. Um, or might just be different autistic. It might just be entirely different autistic, you know, and you can't really relate to each other. You might have a friend who's like technically like not autistic, but who has like very specific traits, but like just like not enough to be like officially autistic. But who's like on the scale, like can very well relate to your specific perspective. So I can only like recommend like don't focus about on the titles and sort of the categories too much. Um, because yeah, it's a spectrum. I was diagnosed with ADHD years back. No one mentioned anything about trauma. Hmm. Well, um, like, did they ask you though about your childhood and stuff, and if there has been any trauma? Like, did they maybe like not tell you that it matters, but like did take it into account? Because yeah, like any really, I I think like any neurodivergency, but definitely ADHD. Like for ADHD, I know it for sure. But I do think it's like it's any neurodivergency, but I don't know the source anymore. So, um, but yeah, like any of those can have to do like can essentially like these symptoms can be trauma responses. Yeah. And hi Ju and hi Juvie, how you doing? Welcome. You have autistic traits, but I'm too good to be autistic. Oh, you mean too functional? Like too well functioning? Or how do you mean? Hmm. So, mm, to what like MCLP was saying, and I'm gonna translate it real quick into English. He said like uh, nowadays this is turning into like a really how do you translate that? Like a really big fear, and I get extremely uncomfortable when there's one cable like lying around. Except if it's my room, then I don't care. Um, these uh yeah, like these traits really like it mm, like your general mental health is definitely influencing these traits, but at the same time a lot of these traits are just a sort of like a thing of training. um so if you just don't really, if you like give into that anxiety, it gets out worse and worse and worse. And if you don't, then you don't. It's sort of like it's a weird sort of like, you know back and forth of finding the right balance. Yeah. Hi, Wicked Lion. Welcome, welcome. You want support? Some people shared past videos against me, and now I can't get a job. Oh, I'm sorry for you. How can we support you with this? Because yeah, it seems like a shitty situation. And hi, Nexter. Welcome, welcome. Almost autistic, but not really autistic. Remember me, my best friend. Well, it really is like that. That the uh that you can have like some traits, and then you're like, you can call yourself like you're on the spectrum, but you won't get the official diagnosis because you're not, um, well, also the diagnosis is not really if you have autism or not. The diagnosis if you suffer enough under autistic symptoms that you need help from the government. So that you sort of like, that you need the diagnosis to get official help and treatment with this. So it's not even like a bigger part of the diagnosis is really focused on your level of suffering, not just if you have like these traits or not. So, I mean, they shared with all my friends. So now I don't have friends. What do I do now? Tell me. So, well, there's no like one perfect solution, right? And it really depends on like what you want to do as well. Like how what can you do for yourself in this moment that you feel like better and that you feel safer? I want a job and friends. I mean, you can either try to rekindle the relationship, right? And try to sort of like talk about whatever like was like seen in these videos and like explain it and hope they understand. Or you just find new friends and a new job, right? So, but yeah, I think if if you feel safe, if you don't feel like this was a breach of trust or whatever, like they will share it again. I think you can like if there's a situation where it's like it's not like a video they are allowed like legally allowed to share, because it was like a really private video and stuff like this, then you can also like talk to the police, right? So this is definitely a thing. But yeah, like this stream, like we're here really for mental health. So I'm not a lawyer or anything. I don't even know where you live, right? So I don't know anything about the laws which are available at your place. Um, but yeah, like even if you have done something stupid on those videos, like the police doesn't like they don't watch the video and then determine like based on like a judgment of character, like if they help you or not. Like they might do that, but then you can get a lawyer and can just tell them to do that. So yeah, I feel like your situation requires a lawyer actually. So like if you don't want to go to the police directly, go talk to a lawyer. Like they will hopefully be able to help you with that situation or tell you what you can like legally do with that. So, but yeah, I'm sorry I can't help with with that sort of thing. Um, I'm just here for the like mental health, emotional part. But I hope that lawyer can help you. You also lost your job, MCLP? Oh. And Rico Hart's also gotta find a new job. Yeah. The job market is tough right now. Like a friend of mine looked for like half a year for a job and she's in IT. Like IT is like supposed to be like a good area in the job market, right? But yeah, she looked for like half a year and then got 2 job offers in that half year. So the job market also seems to be kind of fucked. So I feel like really just try again. But I think, yeah, in your specific situation, I would check out if there's anything like legally able to be done. Until you know, not what you know. No, it's I don't know. I just feel like it's really, yeah, it's just really tough, I guess, to find a proper job. My husband is also like he works, right? So like we still like we're still good. But he also wants to find sort of like a work from home entirely job. Um, and he's looking since months as well, and it's really really tough. Especially when you have like a certain, I guess, like expectation as to like how much money you want to earn. So yeah. Hmm. I mean, MCLP, I would honestly like look into just starting to work somewhere. Like you don't always need the like I don't know how you say that in English, but you don't always need an Ausbildung, you know? You can also just work your way up, like straight up, and then you get like proper money, you know? I mean, you won't be like at the top of the like food chain, but like you will just be able to work your way up. So I got all my jobs from connections. Yeah, I feel like honestly, like getting jobs through connection is the most reliable nowadays. But yeah. Education training? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Minimum wage. Mm. Oh, I don't know if expertise is the right word for it, but I don't think it matters too much. You can work from home? Me? Yeah. But as of now, this is not work which is helping our financial household. So, I mean, I'm glad you see it in a positive way, Esther. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you have a question for Horst or? Because yeah, because I banned him like after stream. I just wanted to sort of give that information, I guess, that this person has been handled if they made like anybody uncomfortable. That was addressed to everyone, yeah. So it was just as an information if anybody was uncomfortable with that person, that like they won't be attending the stream anymore, and that situation is sort of like handled. Yeah. Because otherwise, like, you don't really notice, right? Like, if I just ban somebody off stream, like, you never know if they like just don't come back or like actually can't come back. So yeah. What was the tea? It was that one guy who initially like came in actually for help, and I thought like, okay, like, you know, like, let's help him. Um, and his help was essentially like being addicted to spend money on like yeah, spend money on girls, but not in the way you're thinking probably, but in like sort of that like cash slave dominatrix mentality, whatever. And in the beginning he wanted help, and I was like, you know, like I was ready to give him help, but then he turned into sort of like obsessing over me and just being like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna like give you money and stuff like this. And it was like, I don't know. Yeah, it was a really weird situation, and I tried to sort of explain to him that if he wants help, then he can't like I don't like this can't like I can't be like a dominatrix or anything, you know, like this must be sort of like a more different type of relationship. Um but yeah, he I don't know, he just kept going, so. And I guess I guess I tried to ignore it because I thought like, well, it's not like really harmful. But after this stream, I just thought like it's just an uncomfortable vibe, and he sort of like got told that he should like let it go, but he didn't. So yeah. Yeah. Welcome for the thank you for the follow, I mean, and welcome Mazari. How you guys doing? Yeah. Well, I think like honestly, like I'm not like against like I'm not gonna like start king shaming here or anything, you know. I just think you need to like respect if like other people are not like, you know, like this is a stream, like even if I would be into like a financial domination, whatever, like other people in the stream might not. So it was just, I don't know, weird situation. Yeah. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Yeah, he was, I don't know. What also was like a bit weird was like how he sort of like switched when like I banned the other person uh for like being insulting. Like because he was like buddying up with the other person before, and then I banned that other person and it was like, "Oh yeah, like you know." So that was like, okay. I don't know. Yeah. But in the end, he wasn't here to actually get help. He just wanted me apparently to be his financial dominatrix. So, yeah, this is not the room for this. So, yeah. Someone else got banned too. Yeah, the person who was insulting. Yeah. He did send me on Discord like a very nice apology though, explaining uh how he's like sorry for his behavior. Um and it's yeah. Not the financial dominatrix king person. Yeah. Welcome, Whammy. But let's move away from the bans. They don't really matter too much, and I also don't want to focus on them, honestly. Because they shouldn't take on the stream, you know what I mean? Oh. You're welcome, Grumpy. It's fine for the rest. uh, do you have any advice for what do you mean, Whammy? Toast Malone, why are people so weird? Well, I do have to say, like, the stream here, right, is a very different stream from I guess the average Twitch stream. So it really depends on sort of like what Twitch communities you're used to, I think. To then be able to like make the jump to the, I guess, the rules or the expectations in this stream. So I think if you're like, I don't know, like because of this being a mental health stream, like our communication is way different, right? Like we don't like sort of like bully each other, not even in a fun way, because people are sensitive and this is a sensitive space. Um, and it does take a little bit of, um, it does take also just some communication skills to like be here, be able to like be nice to other people if even if it's about like heavy topics, right? Um, because that's also a thing, right? Like if somebody talks about like I don't know, like their depression or like their childhood trauma or stuff like this can be a lot for some people, right? So, and I do understand when people are then sort of like trying to like fix the situation or like push it away. Um, but yeah, like this is the stream for this. So there needs to be the space for this. That's the purpose of this stream. Hmm. I mean, you can always try Esther, no? Like, isn't there like there's like a organization in the Netherlands, I think, which can give you sort of like trial work, where you can just like try out a bunch of different jobs and see how you do, how they fit to you. Maybe that's a thing, which would be a nice idea. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So let's talk a little bit about numbness, I think. Navandra is saying, to be honest, I just want to feel way too numb. So what's going on, Navandra? Like, you wanna share? I feel like this wish for feeling numb is really a thing we sometimes, I don't know. I feel like maybe that's just me, but from my perspective on society, we're not taking it too much into account, like the gravity of what wanting to feel numb really means. Hmm. Navandra, do you mean in more like a and I'm gonna say this plainly here. You mean in like a suicidal direction, or you mean in like a sort of like pressing pause and just waiting and like some other time waking up when it's better? Hi, Pandas, welcome. Oh my god. You wanna change your Twitch name? Mm, it's not really a chat to trauma dump. Um, so this is a space where where I guess we offer support, right? And sometimes that is talking about traumas as well, but it's not really just like trauma dump in the actual trauma dump meaning of like just dumping everything on the other person with sort of like no like reaction or care for their feelings or situations. Um, but it's more like, yeah, we try to help each other. So if there's anything like you need help with, any like that you feel, I don't know, for example, numb like Navandro or anything else, that's like a topic then we sort of like dive into and try to understand and um, give you emotional support, but also some guidance. So yeah, no, it's fine, Mummy. I just wanted to explain. I didn't take it as complaining. Yeah, I just want to like no contact from people. Like I just want to be left alone. No questions asked about me. What I was, what happened to me, because it's just been tearing me apart. And God knows what's even happening inside of me. People in here are going through a lot of different things, Rico. Hmm. I'm sorry for you, Navandra. Seems like there's a lot of emotions you're struggling with, and it's too much. So you got medicine now uh from the mental health hospital, Navandra? So what type of medicine do you have? Like, do you have medicine which is gonna make you numb now, or? Hmm. Hmm. There's a make you numb, but starting from tomorrow morning, I guess. Hmm. I'm really glad that you got help. So when did you go to the hospital to get the meds? Was it like yesterday already or way before and you've been there for like a few days? Or just sort of today and they like saw you for like some time and then this noon? I think sometimes it's really good to notice when stuff is too much for us to carry. Like I feel like mental health, like this is why mental health is really about a lot um about helping yourself like before you need help. Um and these more like there's a word for it. I just don't remember right now. But these like ich meine Vorkehrungen. Anybody? Anybody knows the translation? Precaution. Um mhm. So you're getting new meds, but they're starting tomorrow morning. Yeah. I'm glad that you sought out help. I think this is a great thing you did. And what I wanted to say is, I think it's really important to notice your limits. And you did, and you got help, and that's amazing. And you are in therapy, right? So you get these meds, but like meanwhile you're also working in therapy on what's causing this distress, right, Navandra? Or yeah, just I had to face all my fear and emotions today, which has just disturbed me. I understand. That's like a really, really annoying situation to have to talk to the Swift doctors. They seem so far away from your situation, and usually they don't even really have time to get into it too much. I think it's you know, it's so far that just today you don't have emotional energy or anything. I stopped therapy because they just wanted to involve my parents, so I stopped it. How old are you, if I might ask? If there's such a focus on involving your Jesus, parents. Mm-hmm. Are you still living with your parents? Like, no judgment here. Just that could sort of like explain to me why they want to involve your parents so bad. Because if it's like a living to get situation together, right? Hmm. Hmm. I'm able to see your message. So I wanna sort of like give everybody the trigger warning beforehand here. Um, that this is about rape. So if anybody can't handle that topic, please, this is your sign to sort of like, you know, go for go for a walk and come back later. All right. Bye, guys. It's fine, Navandro. It's just really good to have like the trigger warnings, I think. So I'm gonna allow the message now, and people, um, you know. So this is Navandro's message. I'm really sorry for you. First off, this is a really hard situation. How is the situation with your parents? Like, do they somehow like understand what's going on, or are they sort of blaming you? Do they even know what's going on? Are they safe people in that regard, or not safe? Your mask, so they don't know. And they also don't know about the rape, or do they know about that? Hmm. Yeah, like the situation itself wouldn't have been bad enough. Hmm. Hmm. Do the like I think so the point is I think there's a really fucking tough situation you're living through right now, Lavandro, you know, and you can use all the support you can get. So I think the only thing I'm sort of like trying to figure out here is if the help of your parents might be useful, like if your parents would help, how their sort of perspective to this would be. Um, or if the relatives who do know are help and how much help they are as of now. And if they could help you more or something, you know? Because I mean, there's only so much we can do here online for you, right? And so the relatives who know are doctors. I don't think it's all fine. I think this is a situation which would crush most people. And this is honestly why I'm like sort of like exactly looking for this. Like I'm trying to find out if there's any person in your life which could be that person for you, which is like physically there, you know? I don't know how to better phrase this, but how shit do you feel right now when you're saying you have the urge to self harm and stuff like this? And like, for example, like, are you shaking? Are you crying? Are you sort of like more like zoned out, far away from yourself? Okay. Is it, are these emotions coming from, do you sort of have, like, do you feel unsafe? Or like, is there like a specific, um, mm-hmm. So it's like the, so you're, at the moment sort of like in this PTSD space where you just are remembered of the situation and it's tormenting you and essentially torturing you mentally. Okay. So I completely understand where you are, and I think it absolutely insanely must suck right now. Um, I do have to say I'm not like entirely like I haven't read into this very specific situation sort of from like the knowledge point, psychological point enough to have like a lot of pointers how to deal with. So the only pointers I'm left here right now is sort of um, how much I can relate to this myself. Um, in that situation, and I'm gonna just sort of like try to go about this a little bit more from your body's perspective right now to maybe hopefully alleviate your emotional weight in this situation. Um, and I need you to sort of like try it, but if it's worse, then stop, okay? So definitely like listen to yourself in that moment. Um, but I think if your body feels so unsafe right now, it can really actually help to just do movement like this on your skin. Or if you have any pet, to cuddle the pet. And just, in a way, try to like care for your body, if that makes sense. Um, and I don't know if this is like a very, very, like how this personally can work for me. And maybe this is completely different for you, right? Because I'm like, because of like how neurodivergent I am, I'm sort of like more of this like third person perspective a lot of the time. Um, but in a moment like this where there's like a lot of bodily sensations, um, the way our body feels is going to influence the thoughts we have. So, for example, like if our body is in the survival mode of panicking and just feeling super unsafe, you know, it's gonna put our head into that headspace as well. Um, I don't know, just whole body is feeling heavy, and I'm literally not able to feel to just even move my hands from the position they are. Your body is safe right now. Your body hasn't been safe, but right now your body is safe, and you are safe. If you can, just look around you. Try to focus on how right here, right now, nothing can happen to you. Maybe even listen to the silence or try to notice what type of sounds you hear. Like, is there silence? Do you maybe hear your parents arguing in the kitchen? Do you hear birds outside or cars? Maybe the sort of like from your PC, the ventilation. Maybe your own breaths. The clicking of the keyboard. What else do you hear? Also, you don't need to write complete sentences. You can just type in the things you hear. Do you want to be beaten up because you feel sort of guilt or shame? Or do you want to be beaten up to just not feel, not need to control your emotions? Or do you want to be beaten up because you so much hate the situation you are in right now? You despise how your body feels, how your body reacts. Hmm. I bet it's overwhelming. But it's gonna be fine. I know this sounds super shit, right? And it sounds like people don't even understand your situation and don't even understand your pain. But I don't mean this in a way of your pain is not that great. I mean this in a way of I think you're resilient enough. I think you're so resilient that you're gonna come through. You're gonna be able to get past this. I see your pain, Avandra. There's a thing which is honestly like you can argue if it's worse than death. Because it implies so much. And not only the situation itself, but now all of it. The sicknesses you have to deal with. And then also just not being like it being like a really tough topic to connect to other people about. Because it's really hard to talk to others about this, I think. Because it's a topic so sensitive. And this is why I would hope that there is a way we can sort of like include your parents in this. You know, just because this is a really, really tough situation and you shouldn't be in this alone. You shouldn't be with this amount of pain alone. You should have somebody around you who can hold you. You can talk to about what you see in your mind. Hmm. You just wished I would be somebody. I understand. Just know that you're definitely. Hmm. It was all fine if she was not able to feel safe around me. But yeah, you're lovable. And it's not. You don't need to be the perfect person right now, and you can. You're doing the best you can. And it's gonna be shit. It's gonna take a lot of work and it's gonna take a lot of time. But I think a good starting point would actually be to move from wanting to hurt yourself to actually trying to love yourself. Because I think, you know, when anybody else would see you in this much pain, they would want to hug you. Maybe really tight. But yeah, they wouldn't think about beating you up. You know? So I know, I know. I mean, with the wanting to feel pain, maybe you can go to wanting to feel pain to trying to be there for you, you know? Hugging yourself, getting yourself something warm to drink or something cold to drink, whatever you need. Cuddling into blankets. Putting on your favorite good time show. Or maybe just laying there in the blanket just crying. You know? You've bought yourself a drink today, nice. Oh, ask that. I don't know what you mean here. What this refers to. But I don't know, like to me, this really I don't know, like helps a lot to just baby myself a little bit in these moments, you know? I think it's really nice if you do find someone who can do that. But I think as long as there's nobody, we need to do that for ourselves, you know? And I think it can be really empowering to be able to do that, you know? To see yourself in pain and then be like a really good mother to yourself. Don't tell yourself to, I don't know, lock in or get over it, but to just be there. Because you don't need to get over sadness in 5 minutes. But I think it can be really helpful to prevent sort of spiraling into it, you know, and getting into that headspace of actually getting a panic attack or getting flashbacks. Because by taking care of ourselves that way, we can stabilize ourselves in the in the shitty moment, right? Yeah. Christmas can be really exhausting. And then if we don't have like enough energy for ourselves, right? Something like this, getting us on the wrong foot, can happen really quick. But even though you feel like this, your body deserves to be safe, you know? Mm. This is a really difficult situation. With sleep deprivation like this, it's really hard to have a stable mindset. And it's really fine to be emotionally super exhausted and not wanting to get into anything. And I feel like, you don't need to be emotionally attuned on every day. If the energy is over for today because you were at the hospital, you had to explain everything, It's like, do something you like today. Focus on something good, something positive. Baby yourself, get yourself that good drink, get yourself that favorite movie, a nice blanket, you know. That's sort of why I hoped there would be maybe space to bring your parents into this. Because I think this is a lot to expect from yourself, you know? And I mean, I don't know who your parents are, right? Or how they will react. But I would wish there would be a space where maybe your relatives who already know of this can, with you, talk to your parents about this. you know, so that you don't have to act normal, that you don't have to mask, that you even can ask for support from your parents on a shitty day, you know. So even your relatives are like, don't tell them. Do you have like any friends or these relatives which know, which maybe can help you? I mean, maybe they can even make up some, I don't know, like some other medical condition so that you can get a sort of understanding from your parents about something they're more accepting about. Hmm. Well, I think relying on anybody is maybe hard, you know, but you can always see if there's just any help you can get. Because sometimes you don't even need to explain what you're going through, you know, you just need to ask for the help you need. Whatever service or a thing that could be. A few friends can be enough. But you do that at your own time. It's fine if you want to stay alone with this for now. But just know you don't even need to explain others. You can just ask if they can, you know, like come over and want to do something, or if your parents can make food for you because you feel really shitty today. You don't need to explain why you feel shitty. Maybe that's a thing how you can ask for help. I mean, maybe if you want, you can even go back to therapy and just tell them you don't want to involve your parents. Period. You know, for straight 2 years, but with constant doctor's appointments, I've been juggling all this for a whole year. Yeah, that's a lot of extra work. So, how was the reaction? Like, did they help you then if you asked for support? You said you told them a lot of the time. Your parents. I thought you told them that you like feel shit and need support. Mm. I don't mean that you told them what happened. I mean that you just told them, like literally, that you know, that you feel shitty and today that you have a really shit day and if they can help you or support you, you know. And you told the therapist lots of times, but Hmm? Maybe I only put you in timeout because of the advice to log in, because this is not advice we say if somebody is pointing out their whole life story, which is really, really fragile. That's the only thing. And I didn't have time to address that in that moment. That's why I just time outed you to like remove the message. It's fine. I do not have strength because I can't withstand the firing of question which will happen to me. Maybe you can just try a different therapist. Like some therapists are better than others in these situations. Some therapists can relate more or less to the gravity of the emotional burden you go through, you know? If it's a therapist who's sort of like, pushing you in that moment, oh, oh my god, we're throwing everything everything around here. Hmm. This is sort of why I hoped that um your relatives could maybe join you while telling your parents, because then your relative can answer all these questions, or can actually just say like, this is not the reaction we need right now. But yeah, with the therapist, I would hope that there is like there's a way to sort of like attend therapy again, get that support without you having to include your parents if you don't feel ready for it yet. Yeah, parents can be a little bit difficult. Hmm. Well, the psychiatrist is usually like not like, I don't, just checking here, the psychiatrist is usually not the person you talk to on like a weekly basis or anything. The psychiatrist is usually the person just yeah, prescribing the meds, and you see them for like only a little amount of time. Because I mean, in itself this is good advice, right? Depends on your situation. And the situation is sometimes just not being able to be talked about. Mm. But so did you then have like psychologist appointments? Like how often were you at the psychologist? But you know what? Actually, we don't need to get into this right now. I don't want to actually push you. Hmm. So, yeah, I would hope there's sort of like a way to get um therapy again where you like it, either with a different psychologist or by just telling that psychologist that your parents will not be involved now, and like period point blank. but yeah, might just be like a different psychologist. But I feel like we're getting into the topic a little bit too much right now for the energy you have for today, Navandro. So I feel like, you do you feel better a bit, by the way, now? Or is it still as bad as before? Like, did it help at all? The sort of like listening to the sounds and looking around and stuff like this? Hmm. Navandro, where's this coming from? Is this relating to anything I said or anything the chat said? Because this is not what we mean. We absolutely believe you. We absolutely believe you. Don't worry. Yeah, we really just want to support you. I get it. Can be a bit, well, I understand that you're unsure about talking about this, or maybe even insecure. Why are you sorry though? You don't need to be. Yeah, I agree with Vollhorst. Like that you need to listen to me like this. I don't need to, I want to. Yeah, I feel like virtual hugs, like if that would be a thing already, that would really be necessary. Like imagine you could do like projection hugs or something. Yeah, we're here with you, Navandro. And honestly, like, I don't know, I'm sad that we can't do more, you know? Like, it would be so amazing if we would be able to just help you more. So, but I think for today, Navandra, just, take a pause. You did a lot today already. I'm glad to hear that. Because I think this world can be glad to have you in it, you know? But yeah, do something nice for yourself, Navandro. Get a nice drink. Watch the movie you wanted to watch for what was it, the eighth time or something, or like your favorite movie anyway. Maybe a positive one, you know. But yeah. And cuddle up and give yourself some love, like just some grace and understanding and care. Well, you can, also doing this really helps. Might look a little bit stupid, but thankfully we don't care about that. Thank you for the follow. Peace, close. Yes, do so. All right, Navandro. Huggies and love out to you. And go watch that movie. Take a little bit of a pause from all these mental health topics for today. And just have some time to recover, you know? And if it gets bad again, just focus on the room, focus on the sounds. Try to breathe. All right. Love you, Navandro. Bye bye. Mm. Whammy again. This is not trauma dumping, right? Like, this is asking for help and then getting into a topic which relates to that. So, what can we help you with, Whammy Desu? Welcome back, MCLP, by the way. Our day is going well. Peace, close. We're having some big topics, but also really vulnerable and emotional space. And I appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm blind, but I want to see. Help me. Bro, I wish. I wish. There's actually. There is, though, and that's really interesting. There is glasses I thought. Um, which can, like, for people which are not entirely blind but nearly blind, really improve their vision. Like for people who like only see like a sort of like a small point um in the middle or need like a lot of light, which can like help with that. But uh, yeah, I don't know anything about the I don't know anything about it really. I just know that like some influencer bought it uh, for their boyfriend. Um, don't. Oh well. I'm sorry, Asta. In that moment, I really did accept it. Mm, and that's fine. We can talk about it whenever you feel safe. Yeah, I have what may seem like a weird question, I guess. How do I know therapy is helping can help me more? How do I know that I'll get anything from continuing therapy at this point in my life? Or how do I know that I need a new therapist to progress? I've been in therapy since I was 3 years old and I'm now 29. It's kind of confused why I'm still there. Oh, that's a that's a good question. Well, I mean, usually if you're in therapy, from from 3 years old to now, there's like this is not like the sort of like regular therapy experience, right? Or at least I would presume so, or assume so, because here in the Netherlands, at least, the way therapy works and the system works is that there's sort of like a limit on how many sessions you can have in a specific sector or like from a specific type of therapy. So, for example, at the therapy place I'm at, it's actually like even I guess you could call it a tighter system, because they usually have a 2 year cap on their therapy. So you're 2 years with them and then you leave therapy. And this is like individually decided, of course, and talked about. Um, but yeah, usually there's sort of like there's this 2 year mark where they end. Um, I'm in the US, so as long as I keep paying, you can keep going. Okay. I heard about the US system because of this, that there's sometimes the situation where the goal of the patient becoming actually independent and being able to live without therapy properly is being a little bit like missed with having this like sort of open end, being able to like always stay in therapy situation. How much does it cost to avail of therapy sessions? In the Netherlands, your healthcare um, provider is your healthcare insurance is paying for it. So it really depends on where you live. Yeah. So this is sort of like what I'm trying to find out, Asta. So I'm not sure, like in what type of system um, uh, Nate is, but. Mm. So I think I think I really believe in this goal of the patient becoming entirely independent. Um, I think that should always be the goal. I think the goal shouldn't be that with therapy you're all right, but I think the goal should be that you're independently fine and that you have a system in place apart from the therapy, which with which you're gonna achieve the life you want. Um, So sort of keeping that in mind, I think all the questions you have with like what can you get out of therapy and stuff like this really sort of boil down to your goals. Like what are your goals for life and like are you able to achieve them already? Like do you feel like are you emotionally stable? Are you happy, you know? Um and like is there anything you still want to change? And then you have like talking points in therapy. But if your therapy is only like you turn up and then you like talk about your day and then you leave and it's sort of like a friend, but a paid friend, then I mean, if that's your only friend, then you have something to work on, right? Because you should be independently able to support yourself and have a friend circle, for example. And then you should, in therapy, actually help you to like be empowered to seek out friendships apart from therapy. Um, and then at some point, therapy should really feel like a thing where you turn up to it and you're like, well, I don't know what to talk about. I'm good. Like I don't like yeah. Like I don't need this anymore. And then you can stop therapy. Like to me in the beginning and like when I started therapy, I fucking hated my life. Like I wasn't fine. Like I had a lot of things I needed help with. And I was sort of like going from therapy session to therapy session. And even then the therapy sessions like never seemed enough. Because I was so emotionally unstable and mentally unstable. But now it's just I'm mentally stable. Like I have some like bad situations for sure. I mean, life is not like all flowers and butterflies just because you're mentally stable, right? Like life is like it's like there's ups and downs. Like that's just sort of the way it is. Like sometimes shit happens and it's okay to be sad and like it's okay to feel like all of your emotions. Mentally stable just essentially means that you're able to like normally regulate yourself and that nothing is pulling you down to the point where it like really makes your life shit, you know? So I think I only have ChatGPT 5.2 plus to give me advice about life. Well, ChatGPT is not bad. I mean, it's not the best either, but it's not bad. It has a lot of potential, let's say it like this. My therapist seems to focus on trying to deal with my trauma rather than helping me get through it. I handle in day to day life, but trauma is forever, I know that much. So it's not helping, I feel like, because anything related to my trauma is just, I know this traumatic event is the cause, but you won't give me the fix. Hmm. Well, with trauma, describing something as a fix is really like the only thing coming to mind is drugs, and that's not what we look for, is it? Um, so to me, there's some things I'm like traumatized about, but the like trauma therapy is, for example, something like how was that called again, Estelarin? You know it's narrative, imaginary. Wait, net. Narrative exposure therapy. Oh no, it was imaginary rescripting, right? Jesus Christ, we messed that up in the beginning and now it's sticking around. um, what is the fix to my behavior caused by said trauma? Ooh, that's a tough question. Um, it's Hmm. I can't entirely relate to that question because to me, like I can relate to that question in terms of like from the past, but like nowadays, the way I see trauma as fixed, I don't know, is that I understand it so well that I don't see my behavior as sort of like an issue. Like I don't despise my reaction on triggers. I like because I understand where it's coming from, right? Like I don't like it's logical that I react that way. Even if it's like it's of course it's like not logical for other people. But I understand why I react on like triggers and on what it reminds me and how my body feels in that moment. Um so to me the sort of like fix, I guess, or to help me with these reactions, just to like emotionally stabilize myself in that moment as well, is first of all to be able to communicate it so that I can ask for help from my surrounding if I need some, or for example for clarification if I need that because it's like a communicational thing. Um, but it's also, for example, like learning how to calm yourself down, training and sort of like showing your body and training into yourself that you're safe now. And even though that has happened in the past, it's like now you're fine and sort of like regaining that confidence in keeping yourself safe. Um, and then it's like, yeah, usually it's like really connected to exposure therapy, or yeah, or imaginary rescripting. So imaginary rescripting really helped me to like understand my reaction to triggers and where it's coming from. Um, and exposure therapy really helps um, to lessen your reaction on triggers. Um, so yeah, that's sort of like the trauma therapy I had. Um, but yeah, it's a lot really about like knowing yourself, like knowing what you like, what you don't like, putting yourself in situations where you're able to like live well, right? Um, like not trying to be a different person, but really seeing who you are and what type of safety you need. Um, but yeah, if it's something which is, for example, like triggered like every day outside because it has something to do with, for example, like social anxiety or something like this, then it's usually like exposure therapy and just trying to um, essentially the idea behind exposure therapy is you go through the trigger and you learn that you're gonna live. But you start like very, very slow. Because otherwise it has like the opposite effect sometimes. Like my reactions to trauma film are usually violent, kicking or hitting without realizing I'm doing it, kind of thing. And no therapist has worked with me on that. Hmm. Well, I mean, go to a therapist, tell them you want to fix that and you want to work on that. And if they can't offer that, then seek out a different therapist. I think that's honestly like the best advice I can give you. Like, if you have goals and your therapist is not able to help you with these goals, then you should seek a different therapist. Welcome, Fluffy. 20 stream streak. Let's go. Welcome, Billy. Mm. Yeah. Hmm. So, okay, I understand. I think this is really something where your therapist is the best person to ask, right? Like they know your specific situation and history and all of that. Uh, like, have you talked to them about you wanting to fix that specific behavior, or that you like want to do something against that, and like what you can do? Because therapists are usually like very like they don't really assume any goals or anything, and they don't really like put any goals up for you, but they really like only respond to the goals you set. That's sort of like the idea, because you can't make somebody change in any type of direction. The person who seeks therapy at your place is whatever they want to help with, you can help them with. And of course, sometimes it's like I want to fix my anxiety, and then you type of like educate them on like what their anxiety has to do with, and like then goals might change based on that knowledge. Um, but it's really like they don't like make up any goals for you. Like you really, yeah, have to come with the goals. I've told her, and she just continues to give me homework. Have you told her that you don't understand the homework? Because I think, like, honestly, like, it's it's really important to be honest to your therapist. Like, if you like, we have the same here, right? Like, if I give you any type of like guidance or whatever, right, and you don't believe me and you think I'm talking like bullshit, that's like one option, right? But the other option is that you didn't understand what I properly meant, but now you don't even ask, right? So there's some reason she's giving you that homework. So I think I honestly I would just question that, you know? Write down what you're proud of about yourself one time every day. Okay. So what did she answer to? How does this help you? Because that's exactly sort of like the situation. Like that's usually why we can only help people with the goals they themselves have. Because this seems like sort of like a mismatch here in that situation where like she like you don't think your goal is being addressed with this, and that's why you don't do it. So this is exactly why like it's really like a therapist need to keep in mind that they can't help with anything people don't want to change. She said that I'd know once I did it, and I still don't. I don't like that answer. Like, this would make no sense to me. I don't know. Okay, so how is your general um relationship to your therapist? Like, do you think she's like super helpful and she gets you like so good, you know? Because to me, that type of therapist would be like, next. I can't deal with this. Next. It's like, this would not, I don't know. Like, this is like, no, I can't. For me, logic is so important. Um, I don't believe people just because of their authority. Hmm. Like I never in therapy I never had a goal or like a homework or whatever where I didn't stand fully behind it because I know what it did and or what it should be doing. And like I told my therapist sometimes that okay, like but like how does this help now? And then he explained to me like further like how he means it, and then sometimes we just uncovered like miscommunications and stuff like this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, switch therapist, I think, honestly. Like I think I would go to her, I would explain her the problem, and then ask if she has a like I don't know, does she work alone? Is she sort of like in a mental health care facility where there's like other therapists where you can in-house sort of switch? Like depending on the system, like if it's sort of like an in-house switch, if that's a possibility, I would like talk to her specifically and request to switch therapists, and she maybe already has somebody in mind which would then fit better or something. If she's like a private psychologist and it's only her own business, all of that, and you need to go to somebody else, you can still go to her, and because she probably has contacts of other psychologists, but it's also fair to just like not go to just go straight to a different psychologist. I don't drink enough. You're correct. And hi, Indiana John, by the way. Good day to you. Welcome, welcome. She works with others, yeah, but I've already been transferred once, which is why I was nervous about asking again without asking, talking it out with someone. I understand. Like I feel like what's really good to know is like she doesn't she's not doing anything wrong necessarily, right? Like her approach is maybe not really not fitting to you. So I would just like appreciate the intent she had, right? Like she really does seem to like I guess try and help. Um so I think I would just be um like I really tried it, but this is not really working for me because I don't know, like I don't believe in things where I don't understand the logic of, and I just need to understand the logic or like rational approach to this. Um, and is there any therapist you know which is able to do that? You got a hello. Just later, Fluffy. I actually also answered to your streak. Like that was the hello. But you didn't hear. You didn't even listen to me. Telling someone that is really depressed and has ideation to write two things they are proud of is really toxic. Definitely really a thing which can go wrong. I think for some people it might be like really nice, but yeah, I'm not sure. I can't relate. I can only relate to the person which would think that exercise is really stupid too. So I don't know, like there's probably some people that are really depressed and have ideations which then do like that exercise, right? Probably. No, guys. Let's not make jokes about me not saying hello. I do feel guilty then. This is not a nice feeling. That would probably maybe be also my response, Indiana John, with the sarcastic thing. Yeah. Good for you, Esther. But yeah, Nate. So definitely do that. Like switch therapists. Like especially like if you're like with the therapist like so long already. Um definitely do, you know. How do you mean that, Whammy? Is that a joke since therapists like work like get so much money or but yeah. I hope your next therapist is gonna be better. Right. I hope you click with them. I mean, maybe you can I don't know, like maybe there's one which can relate like more to your history or something. Like if there's like sort of more specific things you relate to. Like I know that some people, for example, like do better with like a male psychologist and some people do better with a female psychologist. Like I did really well with my psychologist. Um but I think that was also just really I don't know, like a really like match in terms of like intellect. So exposure therapy probably will need to happen. I know. What type of exposure therapy have you done so far, Nate? Hmm. Zach actually also didn't click really well with his male psychologist. There was some like I don't know, some weird tension between them. But I clicked really well with my male psychologist. I don't know, but yeah, I think it's definitely more so. I guess like for me personally, like gender is like really irrelevant. So it's more the intellectual part which sort of needs clicking, like this like very mm, I guess strategic, rational, logical thinking pattern which needs to click. And my psychologist and me are really really do click on that. Sometimes a little bit too well, but yeah. Oh no. Oh. Mm. You've done no exposure therapy, I just know it's scary. Mm. Well, exposure therapy is something you will only do if you like stand behind it. So that's like, for one, something, right? So you don't, I don't know, you don't have to do it if you don't want to or whatever. But yeah, it can be kind of scary. But that's also why you need like a good match with your psychologist, or what it's easier with a good match with your psychologist. You just agree on what ChatGPT says. Bro, ChatGPT is so agreeable sometimes. I really hate it actually. You can essentially tell ChatGPT anything and they will like it will just agree with you and not tell you you're wrong. I really hate that part actually. Ideation topic on Twitch is against toss. Well, we've been there already. Like, is it? The thing is for me that I have the impression that I'm the problem when it comes to go forward. It doesn't matter to which psychologist I go. Well, that's also something good to know, right? And it's definitely it definitely is a thing that we I don't know, like if we go to a therapist and then like every time we are at one, right, we like just don't like what they're saying. Yeah, it might be an us problem. We might need to decide if we actually want to hear an opinion about this, even though we don't like it. Yeah. Oh, Indiana John. Yeah. Mm. I mean, it's a, it's a hard step to understand that the pattern of like sadness evolving in your life is because of you and not because of the others, right? It has a lot of implications to understand that if your behavior would have been different, you could probably be happy already. So, but sometimes it's also just really not like properly understanding the logic behind it. And maybe it can help you for us to just, you know, just tell the psychologist if you don't believe something or why something really is that way and stuff. Like, you know? So, mm, I'm thinking of a way how I don't know, like yeah, I don't know how it's restricted, honestly. Mm. There is a thing in with like psychology and psychologists where like when people don't take accountability for their own situation, you can't really help them. Because you can only help them with behavior change and change around themselves, right? Like you can't make others change. So they need to have like some like responsibility and accountability, because otherwise they wouldn't want to change, right? So whammy. I I really don't appreciate the term trauma dumping. I don't want this to like paint a wrong picture on the stream. Because trauma dumping is in and on itself, right, not really about like getting help or even asking for help or wanting help or anything. All right, Fluffy, goodbye. It was nice having you there. See you next time. Some days I think I'm God, other days I think I'm a 7-year-old. Fun times, not. I mean, that makes a lot of sense though, right? Like, have you ever heard about the duality of um how's it has a specific term called, well, um of depression and glorifying? It's like if you're mentally unstable, it's like a lot of the time that's sort of the ping pong game you're playing. It's like in one moment you're like really depressed and you don't get out of that, and in the next moment you're like you feel like the best person on earth and like so superior and nobody can reach you. And it's like sort of like a main characteristic of not being mentally stable because, well, it's not stable. It's just going like this the entire time. Yeah. Like bipolar. Do you guys see me? Because. Oh, huh? I just got a network error on my own stream. But like you see me, right? Because like now I do see myself again. Like it was just I don't know. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for a second. I know that. I've tried helping people and it just backfired in my face. Oh, how do you mean, Indiana John? Hmm. I see. I see, Nate. Um, I feel like what you're describing is really more like the switch between um between like being overwhelmed and crashing out, if that makes sense. Oh no, just bipolar. Oh, bro, my bad. Thank you, Asta, for correcting me. Hi, Aaron. Arjun, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't know, like maybe like we had that topic once in my therapy, but it could have been like a translation error or something. So hi Bucky. Welcome, welcome. There may have been some miscommunication. Yes. You have a question which is very off topic. Okay. Like I think honestly, like I feel like our topic is like hard to grasp, right? Right now. But um yeah, this like switch from like sort of like feeling great and then feeling shit, yeah, is like bipolar is in the um like in the Netherlands at least, it's usually being treated by the personality problems therapy center. Um, and yeah, with that, the characteristic is so not like Nate was saying, because that seems different. But with that, the characteristic is really that you sort of like switch between feeling like really, really amazing and positive, and then feeling like really, really shitty and depressed. And that's a rainbow flag for that we're LGBTQ plus positive here. Some things you don't talk about. You've known some really bad people. What are you talking about, Darkberry form? Hmm. 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 Asta, but like they're like I'm not sure either now because like yeah, I entirely believe you, but the thing is that with the therapy center I was at, for me in the beginning, bipolar was sort of in question, but it was never in question in terms of like that it's like a like a chemical imbalance, but always because I was at the personality problems part of the uh, part of the like therapy thing. So yeah, I'm gonna like try to find that out after stream and then get some better information about that. That D&D thing, which was in Discord yesterday, was that something which we could have watched? I didn't attempt to go into the Discord channel. Were you also participating? Yeah, I was participating. We were just like having a D&D session. It was not really something for like the public or anything. It was just like one of my like friends like started a D&D session, and then we had that one shot. So it's just a part of my Discord which people can use to have the D&D sessions, and we use that for that too. For real though, I get delusions of being a god, not just feeling like one, but actually believing it. And in that state, oh wait, I'm like, if I don't do everything perfectly right, people will die usually. That's also accompanied by hallucination of sad people dying if I fuck something up. I'm meds for a few days, which is good. I haven't missed anything in a while. Are we here again? Apparently not. What's going on? So, are we... Okay, are we back? We're back, I think. So everybody has like reloaded and stuff like this? Okay. Dark Berry Film, what are you talking about, by the way? Like, some things you don't talk about, you've known some really bad people. Who do you interact with? Too little communication get into these sentences. There's tonality and facial expressions you can't see. Like, is there anything like we should like I'm confused what I should do with these messages, really? Because I'm like, are they directed at me? Uh, So yeah, I don't know what I'm like doing with these messages. So like, hmm, the stream is lagging now. Can everybody reload? Maybe that works. Like, anybody else has lags in the stream now? Like, is that the thing for everybody? Because then I should like restart. Yeah, I know what you mean, Forrest. But yeah, I'm trying to find out if that. Okay. Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find out more about the BPD and bipolar thing. Okay, so now it's good then. Good. Um. I don't know if it's the right place or not, but what do you do when life doesn't go as you like and everything is falling apart? You know, no one is there to talk or listen to you. You kind of lost your job and then your partner leaves you. Mm. I think that's a really good question. I feel like one important part is, to me at least, always to try and find out why. Um, and yeah, just try to get as much information about why everything fell apart. Um, I think, for example, counseling can be a good thing in those moments to just sort of get some support, get some help. Um, was on commercial break. What's that question? Yeah, I'm really confused with their messages, Dogberry form. I don't know what I should do with them. Like, I don't know what you're trying to tell me with, um, like why you want to know who I interact with and that I've known some really bad people. Like, it makes me a bit like paranoid that you, uh, like, what is that? Like, where's that coming from? Is that directed at me or yeah? Um, well, but again, to answer Arjun furthermore, um, it really helps to actually find out what's really important to you because now you got like sort of like a reset in life, right? So it might be like an actual like a really good opportunity to um, direct the life into a direction you like more than before and into a direction which is hopefully safer than before and more stable than before. So and that's about paranoia. Oh, okay. So well, Sally, I can't really tell what you were responding to. Uh because I was really confused with that interpretation, but yeah. Your body is really stressed out over the exam. I mean, maybe you can do like a test exam or something, or like the exam of the like last year or something like this, to see how he would do. To get some peace of mind, to get some more like evidence to the level he's at already with learning and stuff. Oh, you tried the same exam? What type of exam is this? Is that a more popular one? Because I have never heard of this. But yeah, is there like old exams you can like write to get a better feeling of your skill level and if you still need to learn and what skill you might still be lacking? That really like that was how I sort of cleared the um how do I say that the like the final exams in like school back then. It's an engineering exam in yeah. I see. Okay, okay. Oh, Jesus. 0.1 or 0.2%. That's crazy. Oh. Hmm. That's a really tough exam. I feel like honestly the best thing to do there is support your buddy in learning. Like try to help him learn the best they can. But also give some affirmation that like you believe he can do it or they can do it, you know. And they should just do their best. And if it's enough, then perfect. And if it's not, then not. But that you believe in them. And you have schizoaffective, which is like a weird mix of bipolar 1, bipolar 2, and schizophrenia. And then on top of that, add BPD diagnosis. Oh, Nate, that's a lot. Jeez. Fucking scary to be manic and suddenly have female voice and no one is around you. Hmm. I think it's really sweet actually that you two can relate to each other so well, let's say. Hmm. But I'm glad you guys are here, Asta and Nate. It's like a cake of diagnoses, yeah. I get that feeling though, like for me, like I don't know how it's been for you because you've guys been in like therapy like since like very early on in your life, right? Um, but for me, it was really just at the beginning of therapy, like getting all of these like sort of like not diagnosis, but more like this could be a thing, you know? And that was really weird. Like a really odd feeling of like, geez, that list is so long. What the hell? But in the end, it's sort of like low key fine-ish. Like I don't know, like you get that list and you really think like, oh, I'm an alien. Um, but then you sort of like find out like Loki, you can like diagnose like anybody with anything, and it's like sort of like these like all these like keywords like help people to understand you better in terms of like treatment. Um, but it's really, I don't know. it's not that big of a deal as you think in like the beginning. But I don't know if that's like sort of an insight you guys had with since you already like started so early on. Because for me it was really like thinking from like, oh, I'm entirely fine to like, no, I'm absolutely not fine. And then sort of like realizing like I got that list, but it seems like I'm still human. Was a roller coaster of emotions. Mm. Yeah, exactly, Nate. It's just something like a name to describe like a very specific experience better, but it's not, I don't know, it's not a label for the person. Exactly, Asta. Exactly. Have you ever been to therapy, Wemi Desu, or no? Or like gotten any diagnosis or whatever? Like the diagnostic process can be really, I don't know, really scary and weird, I think. Hmm. Good for you. How did you find the stream, by the way? Hmm. I mean, I think that your aunt washes her hands at least 20 times a day is probably the least bad thing about, uh, or the least annoying thing, in terms of her personal experience. Yeah. I'm sorry, Breck, but I don't say things in languages I don't know because I don't know what I'm saying. And we are in the internet, so who knows? Hmm. Definitely not Bucky. This is so dismissive to her experience. It's low-key mean. It's just bully behavior, no? Sorry, I need to mix. I used Google Translate. It was a good choice on your part. We know the internet. Am I right, Indiana John? You know, I think it's great when people like Wemby Desu are just good, you know? I don't think we need to I don't think this is painting well, I guess I do understand how this can sort of like imply that people who struggle mentally are, I don't know, like fragile or like not built well or whatever. Um, but I don't know. I don't think we need to see it as something negative. Um, I mean, good for Whammy if they are. Hmm. All right, Arjun. See you later. Bye. Thank you for being here. It was wholesome. Hmm. Well, now I actually am sort of like. Well, I don't know how to like. Yeah, like, is there any judgment implied to people who do need mental health, though? Like, mental health support, though? Because, like, with, like, oh, I'm just built different, like, I just honed myself through, like, I don't know, like, I want to be sort of aware of the, this, like, stereotypical response people deal with in the mental health sector, right? Where it's like if you have mental health problems, like there's still this like stigma that like, oh, you didn't like try hard enough and you're just not strong and stuff like this. Um, so sort of keeping that in mind, I really sort of want to avoid any like any implication that we agree with that sentiment in this stream, because I don't agree with that sentiment. I think it's really strong to ask for help. I think it's really strong and self-aware to know your limits and be aware of your own feelings and be aware of moments where you just might be like feeling weak. What? They want to make a law here where if you have a mental health file, you get deported? No. No, don't tell me that is true. No, no, no. No, I don't like that. Well, what country are we talking about? Oh, oh my god. Oh. Guys, whoever is like redeeming like exercise today, I'm not gonna do it, just so you know. Like you wasted your points. I was at the gym yesterday and I have such bad muscle pain. I literally I'm doing my best sitting. God. Oh, this world is ridiculous. We have like so much knowledge, and then we we just have like stuff like this. It's really just ridiculous, is it not? Like we know so much better. Like humanity knows so much better, but we just sort of decide to make stupid choices. Honestly, oh. How old is your boyfriend? Why do you want to know, Tilch? Oh, so just because I have a boyfriend, you're leaving the stream now? Well, I'm glad you're leaving then, because that's a very interesting uh well. Why do you want to stay now for a while? Because I said that I'm glad you're leaving, if you think like this. Tilch is just a troll, but a friendly troll. Oh, you know Tilch? Alright, Remy, then be on your best behavior. Chat is watching you. And me too. I need mental health advice. Like, do I need to be financially good to be in a relationship with any woman? I don't think you do. I mean, it depends, like, really on what the woman wants, right? I don't think your finances are a thing which, like, I don't know, like, take you out of the dating market just like that. Um. And sorry, I just had to laugh at Isa's message. Um, but I think for some women, definitely it's like important, right? And finances are important. Um, because in our world nowadays, like shit is getting way more expensive, right? And that's also fair. So like for some women, it might be a deal breaker, sure, because it doesn't fit to their sort of like life goal they have in mind, right? But it's not like a deal breaker in general or something. Like I would honestly, I would just be really open about it, about where you are, where you want to go, what your life sort of looks like, and how you will get there, and how your life looks right now. And that's honestly the best you can do in the dating market. Be like really, really honest. Because then, if a person wants to date you, they know everything about you, right? Like they signed up for the bullshit. And they're more likely to stay. Um, because if you just, I don't know, if you like lie or present yourself as like so much better in like the dating part, right? And then later on, like things pop up, then it's like that person might have not, like, might not be ready to sign up for this stuff. And then you put yourself in this situation of having spent emotions and feelings and energy on a person while they didn't really agree to the situation, right? So honestly, just be open. Hi Lucan, welcome, welcome. Do I want kids? Um, not my own. Might adopt. Not now, for sure. So, yeah. Thank you for the follow, Marie. Welcome, welcome. Age, I'm 25. I like kids so long I can bring them to their parents when they get annoying. I mean, everybody needs like an uncle, right? So that's fair. Oh yeah. With like, well, that's true. Like with kids, good finances is important, or it can be important depending on the state and place you live in, right? So cute, Nate. Great. But sometimes if you open too much about certain things, if you open up too much about certain things about you, they get easily bored and suddenly turn off by you. Yeah, that's why I would do it in the beginning. Like honestly, I would be like, first date, this is who I am. Yes or no. So like I don't want to spend a year into the relationship and then notice that like the pressure to me of like upkeeping this fake image is too much and I resent my partner for not accepting me the way I am. Or on the other hand, be the person finding out that my partner is boring and doesn't match my lifestyle. Like, I feel like people deserve to know what they're signing up for. And I think we shouldn't be so scared of rejection. Like, we're not going to fit with a lot of people, and it's fine. I don't think that, I don't know, like, I would just, like, yeah, go to, like, 20 dates, be open, go to 20 more, be entirely open again. Like, there's going to be somebody. Like, dating is going to be so much quicker if you're actually honest. Because then people can tell you after the first date if they are even interested in one more date or not, you know? So you don't waste time, honestly. Like this is just my opinion, but I'm also like really optimizing about this. I'm always 18 years old. Sure. Like the music? I'm glad. Welcome, welcome. Hmm. I think that's the thing, Remy, right? Because I believe you. I absolutely believe you. I don't think you're boring. I think you might be boring to half the population, but like that's the thing. Like I'm not the perfect partner for everybody. Doesn't mean I'm a bad person for them. Like there would be a lot of people, like a lot of people here in chat, where like if we would like live together, we would drive each other absolutely nuts. Doesn't mean I'm a bad partner. Doesn't mean the other person is a bad partner, right? Just means we really don't fit together. So I think that's why I would be like super honest about how my life looks right now and what I want my life to look at some point. Because everybody has only one life, right? Like everybody deserves the chance to have a chance on their one life and have a chance on their ambitions and stuff like this. And not having to make the decisions between their loved one and the life they want. So essentially their own personal life goals. So that's why I'm like, like be entirely honest. And even if 99 women or men or whoever think you're super boring, there might be one person who entirely matches your freak, And if your freak is collecting freaking like post stamps, then, who am I to judge? Like, as long as you're happy. So that's really how I see it. Am I from England? No, I live in the Netherlands and I'm from Germany actually. Where are you from, Tilsh? Are you from Poland, like chat advertised, or not being scared of rejection? What if you have massive abandonment fear? Also, be honest about that part. Like there's some people who gonna match your freak, and there's some people who won't, right? Like there's some people who really like still, even in a relationship, enjoy their quality time alone and want to have alone time multiple times a week. And there are some people who would love to just be with each other the entire freaking time. So I think honestly, as long as we're like really open about who we are and like just what we need from our partner, and we can paint a really clear picture on that and sort of like communicate that clearly as well, then the chances of our needs actually being fulfilled and our partner not only fulfilling them in a way of like, oh, I have to, but actually wanting to and not minding to at all, are way higher. So I was saying before, and I realized it might just be one person I'm talking about, but I certainly successfully helped people in the past, but maybe I tried too hard to help at times. And that may have contributed to my best friend no longer speaks to me. I've spent my whole life trying to be genuine, but life slowly chips away at you until maybe being an artist is the right way. It can be that's it. This is actually a perfect, a really nice topic and a perfect example. Because sometimes we can get low-key paranoid that everybody's out to get us and the world is bad and like so many people are bad, blah blah blah, whatever. The thing is, the way higher percentage though is literally just miscommunications or other things standing in between us. So for example, the like to my dad, I absolutely believe my dad that he loves me. But the thing is, the love he's able to give me and the treatment he's able to give me, and the way we can communicate about the attachment style we have is not sufficient to make it a safe relationship. Because it's not only emotions. Love itself is not enough. And it's the same thing with my mum. I believe my mum that she loves me, and I love my mum and I love my dad. But with my mum as well, there's certain things when we talk about them, we both just get hurt. Because there's her experiences and triggers and stuff standing in between us, and there's my experiences and triggers and stuff standing in between us, and we're not able to find a compromise which properly works. And with the helping specifically, for example, this can also be when we like try to help somebody, but how helping somebody can flip over in overbearing and controlling and not seeing the person anymore because it's our agenda we put on them. And this is the like 101 sort of like parent-child dynamic thing, the most common thing which is going wrong, that the parent has a very specific perspective based on their experiences, what their mom and dad did wrong and what society is doing wrong and what they see in the world and stuff. And they want to do right. They love their child and they want to do right. But sometimes in that moment, we treat our child like our inner child and not as an individual. And that's the moment where we entirely neglect their needs and just give them what we would have needed, but not what they need right now. And it's very important to see that distinction. Honesty should outweigh the fear of rejection. It's this talk here of Mark Rober, actually, talking about how you can actually be more successful, which is trying more, failing more, and not not being too obsessed with failing. I'm glad for you, Lucan. I think it's really important. Like, I honestly, like, I'm glad that I don't right now have a kid I need to take care for as well. Because, like, kids are work, and we do need to see that. I feel like sometimes people are like, oh no, you can't say it like this, blah, blah, blah. I feel like it doesn't hurt to be aware of the responsibility we take on in that moment, because we do have the responsibility for another life who didn't sign up for this bullshit. What about the partner who's often hot and cold? What do you mean by that, Grumpy? Did you just switch to a London accent? Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't like your mom. I feel like she was my mom. She would probably maybe pull all my hair. She sometimes does that, but I also love her very much. And I know she doesn't mean it with ill intent. It's just something where two worlds crash together. It sounded like you just described trying to raise yourself with hella leg. Oh, I don't know what that means, Darkberry form. Trying to raise myself? But sometimes there's nothing left. We avoid all the compromises, what's left. Some things still need to work through. Some can be avoided too. But you still need to at least a sandbar relationship to have space to be like, hey, some things we don't agree on, but there are these that we do. Yeah. With a lot of people, it just won't work. And with a lot of people, it does. Hot and cold is clingy at times, and sometimes they would want their alone time. That's what I meant by hot and cold. I think talking about that is like honestly the most important part. Sometimes we don't even worry about the hot and cold thing, but there's like implications it has for us because of our experiences. And we just need them, for example, to like give us the affirmation that before they're going cold, that it's like that there's nothing between us, there's nothing wrong and stuff like this, for example. Um, so it's really like, yeah, it's just, are you able to make the compromises which work for both of you or not? Mm. Mm-hmm. So yeah, exactly. So this is essentially like the thing you need to be aware of. Like I don't know. So what is your interpretation of what I said? Because like the thing is, I was trying to express is how this is a sort of like a thing we need to be aware of, and I pushed in the cable more because I don't know why, but it doesn't. I don't feel the. I don't feel the like. Not usually there's like a click. I don't feel that. I don't know. But I also I don't want to like pull it out, and you know what I mean, because then we're gone for sure. so, so I don't know. Maybe there's the click, and I was just able to push it in a little bit more, but we'll see. I guess I don't know. I've been looking into attachment theory for the past few years, and I relate to the fearful avoidant attachment style, sadly, but growing more secure slowly. I'm glad. It's really good. It's really, really nice to see yourself sort of and like be aware of your own sort of like situation. Yeah, and it sucks. Like I know there's still things we agree on, but they are all gone because it's just too hard to repair. I know we're both stubborn, so I'll never hear from her again. Yeah. Is it still lagging? I thought we're back now. Sorry. But like I was like my interpretation was that we're back now. Is it still lagging? Like right now? Because then I'm gonna check the Ethernet cable uh on the other side. Currently it's okay. Okay, we're gonna see if we fixed it with pushing in the cable. Okay. If it's lagging again, instantly scream in chat, okay? But then I'm gonna like look through all the other points. Yeah, I don't know why I have internet issues though, because usually our internet is really stable. So I don't know. But it's definitely internet issues. It's not my PC, so that's the annoying part though. Because about my PC I could actually do something. With internet we can just sort of deal with it. So yeah. But yeah. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna like crawl under the table, try to fix it there, and that's the most I can do, chat. If that doesn't work, then we just have to deal with it. Oh, my muscle pain is so bad. I completely overdid it. I went for the first time to the gym in like weeks. And I just feel like, yeah, I have so much power. And then after the like first exercise, it was just like pushing your legs together like this. After the first exercise, we did another one. And when that other exercise was done, I like my legs were still hurting, and then I was like, fuck. Like then I was going in my head and like ticking off the box, and I was, oh shit, that was the first time since a few weeks. Like I need to like start like slow again, because otherwise I'm gonna have like muscle pain for like forever. And then I did like, you know, then I started slow, but it was I forgot. So yeah. Can I give you a tip? Oh shoot, for sure. Hmm. I actually have some like that. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I have 3-in-1 instant coffee packets in my purse. That's how random it gets in there now. Well, but you're ready, you know? Like the how you call this? Um Pfadfinder? Somebody. Somebody give me the translation, please. What are they called again? Beautiful skins are all the same, but an interesting soul is one in a million. I hope I can meet her. That's a really beautiful, beautiful saying. Scout. I don't think it's Pathfinder, but I think it's Scouts. But it's like they're like, you know, like American kids going to the woods doing stuff. Yeah, Boy Scouts. Yeah, Scouts. But exactly, I don't think you call them Pathfinder. Pathfinder? Do you like when do you actually use Pathfinder? Because my absolutely like not living in the States as, right? Like the only thing I think about is Apex Legends Pathfinder. Why do I feel a cold air coming in when you open the window in this room? Well, probably because you pulled your attention to this. But yeah, it's funny, right? I'm going to have a 3-week break from dance class. I'm gonna suck when it starts back up again. Oh, but I believe in you. Probably gonna get right back into it in like 1 or 2 sessions. Pathfinder does not. If Pathfinder would be a good word for like a Navi software, but it's the only thing I know. Oh, I bet you're so much better than me though. Like compared to a person who doesn't dance at all, I think you're still great. Even though you might have found yourself maybe a class of like really great dancers. But then you still have a lot to learn and there's a lot of potential. So Pathfinder was the first master I called. Oh, okay. I see, I see. So, party people, we have uh, like an hour still before we start into the goodbye ritual. Um, so, is there something we want to talk about? Is there something we can talk about which is gonna have a positive effect of your on your life? Stream end is sort of variable. Depends when Zach is coming back. But yeah, it's gonna be like I want the stream to end just before 5, because today evening we still have a Stormlight session. So D&D but different. Genau. Guess is planning their annual leave to the Netherlands for March, April. Nice. Let's go. 6 months is a long time, though. I wanted to go in June for summer weather in the Pride month, but can't since most people got kids and I don't have any. Aww. Well, I hope it's gonna be warm in March already. There's a chance, but you know. How to repair relationships that are fully cooked. That's positive if it works. Jeez. Sure, magic. I think a relationship is only cooked if one of the two things is happening. Thing one, people gave up on it and don't try. Because then you can't fix anything when like the people are not committed to fixing it. Point two is actually the same, but like different. Like the people didn't just not just don't try, but and are not committed to it. But the people have tried and think it won't work and have mutually agreed that the relationship is fully cooked and won't work anymore. Thing two is a mutual agreement breakup situation, right? So that's entirely fine. Thing one is the thing we're sort of, I guess, like more bothered by. But I think the most common part we're actually bothered by is a different situation, and that's the situation of one person wants to fix it, and another person might also sort of, I guess, want to fix it, but don't really want to put the work in to fix it. And so you're trying, like, one person is trying to make compromises, but the other person is not really trying to make compromises. So it's like a weird situation, which is like technically one, but we don't really want to see it that way sometimes, you know? And then I think still, honestly, just having really clear boundaries is probably the best way to elect again. Well, I tried fixing the cable, guys. Sorry. It's really, there's nothing I can do. But yeah, I think in that case, then, like, both, like, really, like, clear boundaries is, like, really amazing. Because with clear boundaries, you might not have contact, right? But the other person knows how to have contact, you know? So you state clear boundaries, and if the other person then like just is like, yeah, well then like, oh, fuck you, I'm not gonna do this, then it's like, okay, fine. But at the same time, the other person like knows what they have to do to sort of have contact with you. If you sort of end with this, like, these are my boundaries, sort of, this is what I need to have contact with you. And if it's anything apart from that, like, sorry, I'm out. But this is how to have contact with me. And then, yeah, they might need some time, but they might text you. And I think And the other thing is honestly just agreeing that the relationship is going to be mediocre. And that's more like I don't know how good that way is. I'm not going to like try and be like, "Oh, like that's a perfect way to do it," and whatever, you know. But I'm just going to say like in some situations there's relationships we want even if they're not perfect and even if the other person is not doing anything to fix them. Um and in that moment, we can, like, if we can make our peace with what the relationship is giving us in that moment, then it can also be good. So, like, I don't know, like, for example, with like parents, that can look like, well, I'm just gonna accept that I can't tell them like very detailed information about myself or very sensitive information or whatever, or talk about them like talk with them about all the topics I'm really interested in. But there are some topics I can talk to them about, and that's really nice still. And that can just be like the amount of relationship you have, you know, like you can just agree to have like a really shallow relationship, if there's not more in the bucket, sort of. But then you also like really need to make your peace with that. And I think that's something which is like shallow relationships are, I feel like a lot of the time, just they can't compare with better relationships. And that's why this situation is more rare, I think, because it's usually not worth it. But yeah. All right. Bye, followers. Thank you for being here and see you next time. The Netherlands is a lot of fun. I went in the summer, but it will be beautiful all year round. I really like the Netherlands. Mm. But the other person is stubborn. They don't want to make the first move, but you can't make the move either because they were the one that wanted space. Mm. Yeah. I mean, you can still sort of like text them this like last alternative, right? And be like, you know, like I don't expect you to change. We can just agree that we don't talk about these topics, and then we're good. Yeah. Um, so as I was saying, abandonment, and now Doug Berryform was asking what are some common things people need. Mm, so abandonment, I like, is there like a specific question about abandonment? Because it's a really big topic, I think, and you can start it from like many different perspectives. So it would really help to sort of have like a starting point, um, to know how to like structure it. And some common things people need. Like people need safety for sure. And connection. I think. Like, of course, we also need like food and water and stuff like this, but I think honestly, like safety is like really more like having like a like certain rules which are foreseeable, like knowing where the boundaries lay, of like what to do and what not to do, and what a certain behavior will like what consequences that will have. And the other thing is really just connection, like being seen, seeing others, relating to people, connecting to people. Um, yeah. And I think maybe, I feel like in nowadays world, a big one is also a space to know who you are. Um, and I know this sounds ambiguous, but it sort of means that there are so many things in our world today which tell us what we want, um, and what we need. And I think we just need enough space in our daily life to really know what we want and need actually ourselves, that we don't need the car from the advertisement or the new phone, or that we need to watch this new series because otherwise we're gonna be behind. It's like so good, blah blah blah. But just time for ourselves where we can find out what we actually value. Everybody should do psychedelics. There's actually an interesting therapy approach with uh, like guided psychedelics. I think it's done. I think in Switzerland or something. There's some studies on that. I've massive abandonment issues because of my childhood. I never felt loved, safe, and a lot of people left me in that period. Hmm. I just struggle to connect to people in real life because I'm so afraid to be left alone again. Yeah. Sorry, Asta. Abandonment can be a really tough thing to overcome. But yeah, I think in the end, it's like, I think we agree that like finding connection is like always worth the risk, technically, like logically, but can be hard to build the confidence to get to that point, especially in your situation. But yeah, we're not gonna recommend anybody drugs here. I was just stating that there is that it's interesting because there is um a therapy approach with psychedelics, but nothing more. It's also far different from just taking drugs. Welcome back. Just because we are in the Netherlands doesn't mean we need to visit the coffee shop. Exactly. But yeah. It's like drugs people can decide on their own. It's not a thing um, we tell everybody to use because it's so good. Drugs have a lot of disadvantages, and I think we all know them. Mm. In the Netherlands, I think like yeah, like weed is legal, or like well, it's not legal; it's decriminalized. And the other drugs, I don't even know. I don't think the other drugs are legal. Yeah, I think we stay away from the uh, drug drug topic as sort of like telling people to use drugs. um, but drugs can be a really interesting topic in terms of how people react to them, right? And for example, with this study which is being done in Switzerland. But yeah, we're like at no point where this is like official advice or anything. Very far away from that. Yeah. Exactly. Like psychologists, on the other hand, that's official advice right there. No, I haven't, but I'm also like really not into drugs, so. All right, never me alone. It works for most of our problems. Drugs? Oh, I don't think so, actually. Hmm. So what is the long form of it then? Or what does it do? Okay. So there's also studies about this actually, um, in like connection to like schizophrenia or near-death experiences, um, or other things. But yeah. Oh, jeez. Well, I mean, drugs are sort of like like they don't need to be chemically sort of like unnatural to be bad, right? Like we can get addicted to a lot of things, and I think addiction in general is really, really bad for us. And so even if it is natural, if you get addicted to it and you need it, then it's making you dependent. So. Mm, well, believably, they're not. So not all of the drugs are legal in the Netherlands, right? Again, as far as I know, it's only weed. Um, and weed is also not technically legal, but only decriminalized. Um, I think in Sweden, though, like a lot of like more drugs are decriminalized. But yeah, it's more of a thing that like uh, it's not like sort of like, oh, like everybody take drugs now and like encouraging, but it's a measure to um, actually be able to like properly inform people and keep them safe while they are addicted, so that they don't need to, well, give their money to the black market, or get stuff like drugs from the black market, which are laced with like way more dangerous stuff and things like this. So it's actually a measure of like controlling it better instead of like making it like make more people take it, and it's working really well actually. But yeah, again, there's a lot of drugs on the world. Addiction is the thing which is like which is usually actually the most annoying part, right? Because for example, like drinking a beer once is not really an issue, but being addicted to alcohol is. So I understand what you mean. It is sort of like, it seems like a strange concept. But because people which use like, so the case is actually quite often that dealers like lace their like lower tier drugs with higher tier drugs. And then then you turn like way more addicted, and you turn addicted to more dangerous stuff, right? Um, so by sort of providing like tested drugs, you avoid that people, for example, also get overdoses, just like deadly overdoses, but get actually like stuff which is safe to consume. Lucan, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Thank you. um, but yeah, because people can ask for support and people can get help, it's like there's these sort of like so in Sweden, I think is that they have these like rooms where people can go and actually take their well, illegal drugs without being arrested. And it's just a thing where they can like they are supervised, so they die less on overdoses, they get less other health problems, they can talk about their experience, because usually people which are like heavily addicted, they're not heavily addicted because they have such a great life, right? They are heavily addicted because they're coping with the addiction from something really bad. And by having people there they can talk to and get support from, and literally just like being able to just say the word like, hey, I want to actually try and get off these drugs, and then having a person right there which is a medical professional and who's going to help them, it's actually helping a lot of people get off of these drugs and not die from these drugs. So this is how this sort of like system, like the idea behind the system, and yeah, again, the numbers actually show that it works really well. Yes, thank you guys. Mm. So we do really want to keep this stream a safe and nice space, which actually also means taking care of me, right? So, considering White Knights is connected to a negative stereotype about men helping women, I don't really appreciate seeing that on my stream. And at the same time, let's be careful with Joe Rogan advice, just because of the other advices he has been given, or he gave. So I think everybody needs help in life, and I think we should help everybody who needs help. So let's make sure that actually, like, I really appreciate Indiana Jones' message here and Lucan's. So ooh, no. Ugh. We're gonna ban that right off the gate without you guys just saying that. Yeah. Jeez. So I'm not gonna say thank you for that follow. Do you have any advice on making more friends outside of work? I cut off a lot of bad friends and moved to Chicago, struggling to make and keep friends still, though. Made on really close friends through, though, from work. Outside of work, I think really just joining clubs, like doing the hobbies you really like, and finding any type of like club for it, you know. Joe got me hooked on psychedelics and gym. Yeah. Hmm. I think that's good, Asta. So, okay. No, we're not gonna. Um, okay. Guys, we need some like better communication here. Please. So, first of all, it's a stream rule below the stream that we don't make generalized statements, right? Or we don't try to make generalized statements. Um, and the other thing is really that we don't dismiss or make the experiences of somebody smaller than they are. Like, we don't make statements like, oh yeah, just, you know, like, just be better, or just do that, just do this, just do whatever. Like, if it were that easy, like, the person would have done it for sure. Um this is what happens when it gets too raw about mental health. No, this is what happens when sensitivity is lacking about sensitive topics. And I'm just gonna ban young Daggerhead out with that. I really tried to explain what sensitivity, how sensitivity matters here. But I don't appreciate this like passive aggressive weird undertone here. Mm. Yeah, Pyro. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, so we don't make jokes about anybody like sort of like helping me to like moderate the chat or uh, keeping people in check here. Again, that White Knight comment before I don't appreciate, and this is not the place in that stream here. And yeah, I think with Whammy, like, I really do appreciate that you like that you're sort of like positive. I think we need to be a tiny bit. Oh my god! Tiny bit careful here to not make it like, I don't know, not dismiss the gravity of someone's situation. And not go to this point of like, oh yeah, just go to the gym and then everything's gonna be fixed. Just making sure you're aware. Yeah, it's just sort of, it's like on a line, you know. So, because like going to the gym obviously is um uh like, no, it's just like it was an example of the line you're balancing right now. It was not a direct citation. Do that, Pyro. And afterwards tell me about the tattoo. I'm glad, Asta, that you took that walk. I think it's really important to know when you're getting too much into something and need space from the topic. Yeah. I mean, that's also why I didn't ban you, Whammy, right? Like, I think you do mean well. I'm just pointing out that uh, some of the statements are sort of like could be interpreted in a certain way, and that we are taking care of that. And because it's also one stream rule to make sure that there's no miscommunication, right? And then we don't like accidentally hurt somebody or whatever. So she was planning me banning here. No, I didn't. I mean, otherwise I would have banned you and don't talk to you here, right? So so I personally, I do have to say, I just what sort of like got me with Young Daggard was more this that there was like little space for disagreeing, right? Like the statements were more like oh, like I know this is best, like this is the best way, period, and this works, period, and this is good, period. Like there was no, it wasn't sort of like the statements weren't in that way where it's like this was my experience and I think this could help, like do with that what you will. But it was more like that's the way to go, suck it. And if you don't agree with me, are you stupid? You know what I mean? Like this is like there's sort of a difference between statements which are made in a way of like, hey, this is my knowledge here, like what do you know, but like leaving space for the other person to disagree, to have different knowledge and stuff like this. And then there's statements where there's not really much space for the other person to be not on the same page as you are. And yeah, when we're then talking about the use of drugs, that turns to me low-key problematic. Especially when then when we then talk about, oh, like everybody's way too addicted to medication, while one sentence before, like I'm like taking drugs the entire time, like yeah, but that's not medication because it's illegal. So so yeah, I don't know. I've always liked helping people and being nice to others. As one gets older, the world begins to darken your heart, but I told myself not to let it stop me from doing nice things. I didn't realize it was because I felt invisible and I didn't want others to feel that way. Ultimately, taking care of others before myself, and now that I want to take care of myself, I feel more invisible because I never took care of me. And now I'm just empty. I mean, empty doesn't need to be like a negative thing, right? Like we always view it as something negative because it's obviously like really scary to not feel any certain way, right? And not to know what you like and what you don't like. At the same time, it can be a really exciting time because there is a lot to find out, right? Like, there's a lot of potential to find new hobbies and really find out the things you like. And yeah, to really get to know yourself can be quite interesting. But yeah, sometimes it can also be like really frustrating if you don't get many pointers from yourself as to what you like and what you don't like. Can be a quite confusing time. But I wouldn't see it as there's nothing there, you know? I would see it as you just don't know yet. But I think there definitely is something. I think everybody of us really has a character where we like something and we dislike other things. But I think sometimes we're just really not, like, we just don't, you know, we haven't learned to listen to ourselves and have listened to others so long that we just sort of unlearned, actually, maybe, or ignored what we like. So I don't think there's nothing there. But it is frustrating to build, and it will take a little bit. Not wanna like make it sound too romantic here. But I'm glad you share. And I mean, to be fair, it's also it's really good to notice, right? Because you really apparently it's something you haven't done before and now you're doing it for the first time. So there is a lot of growth doing something new. Oh, that's really cool, Pyro. Welcome, Nihilist. Well, I guess you can call it that. But it's a mental health support stream, yeah. Thank you, Lucan. So, you don't like the others, Vami, or like? I left it jolly, or wait, elit. What? Welcome. The skincare, Ellie. Okay. The skincare routine. Oh my god, my skincare routine is trash. Jesus. You know, okay, like my skincare routine was like really good, like a year ago or something. But in the well, maybe like a few months ago. But like the last month, oh my god, I've been slacking. But it didn't get worse, so I'm like, maybe I'm allowed. I don't know. But yeah, so that didn't really help with the reprioritization of it. Um, but yeah, my skincare is just CeraVe face lotion with 50 sun thing. Um, and then for the night, I have some like. I don't even do that. Or for the night, I don't even do that. I did that a couple of months ago. So for the night, I have like some retinoid cream, drops, and then I put like normal moisturizer afterwards. That's it. Hmm. All right, Pyro. I see the idea here. You're being serious about this. If you have any designs, you can send them in Discord if you like. I'm curious to know what made you want to do this type of streams. I'm sure you've talked about it before, and think I appreciate that. A bit ago, I was just sitting in my room in silence, thinking of what I want, and just bawl my eyes out, feeling sorry for myself instead of doing literally anything. Lol. Sorry, love. Seems tough. I saw your question. This is a big question. I really like the topic of psychology. Like, I really like mental health. I like psychology. I love ethics as well. I'm really obsessed with bigger systems and structures and societal structures and systems. And like anything psychology related to it, just understanding humans, honestly. So, like, that's one part. Like, it's really, like, it's a really interesting topic to me. Like, even the dark sides of this topic is really interesting to me. And the other thing is honestly just that I feel like a space like this is a bit missing. And I don't know, I've been at some bad times in my day. And I think I would have really liked somebody to empower me to seek out therapy. And to, I don't know, like support me through the waiting list and stuff like this. And I also just honestly like really like talking about stuff like this. So it's more like every time you talk about it, there's more knowledge you gain from it, I think. And it's also conversations which are just not boring. Like they're really interesting. Like it's really complicated topics. But it's also really, really interesting. So I don't know, I thought a little bit about if I want to just study psychology, become an actual psychologist, or if I want to do this stream. And I just started with this stream because I feel like I already have a stream. I don't game as much anymore, but I do really like streaming. So why not try and make a mental health stream, see if that works, like see if that is a thing which is liked and if people like that, you know. And so far people like that. So yeah. Yeah, I know, Esther. I can only drink this. My forearm from inner elbow to wrist. Oh, okay, damn. Mm. It's good at getting to know someone else. Then you don't have to think about yourself so much. I actually think it's the like complete opposite for me. I feel like every time I talk to you guys, get to know myself a little bit better. And not only do I understand myself better, but I also understand the world better. And I don't know. Oh. Oh, I don't mind talking about death. I actually think death is a really interesting topic too. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. um, but like, I'm a scientist by heart, guys. Like, this is like, and not only scientist, but like, I guess, how you call that? Oh, geez. Um, I know it's in German, but um, like ethics and stuff. I don't know. I don't know the word for it. I found out I love psychology a bit after I dropped out of college. Love to know and try to understand the human mind. People definitely love being heard, even if others aren't listening, if that makes sense. Just to know someone heard what you had to say or felt. Yeah, true. Oh, Ellie, thank you for your resub. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. Ooh, art. Interesting. Really appreciate your support, Ellie. How you doing? You don't love mental health, Esther? And you just have to deal with it every day. I'm sorry, love. Um, now I lost it in German. No, 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 wait, I'm gonna get this. This is so embarrassing. It's gone. I don't know. It's gone. Like, there's not a word in my head. I don't know. What the fuck? Wait. Wait. Um. Oh my god. I was so close the entire time. I was like, it's not psychology. It's you write it with PH and then nothing. And yeah, it's philosophy. It's philosophy. That's the word I was looking for. It's philosophy. Anyways. Thank you for the follow. How are we doing today? Oh, we've had big topics today. But I'm doing good. How are you doing? What is that emote? Is that I don't want to be mean, but was that a like to me it looks like it's a horse screaming. If that if that is a person, I am so sorry. I can't see it anymore. Anyways. Oh, God, thank you so much for the 30 biddies. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Okay, so let's start in the topic of death. Not a word in my head sounds like min exams. No, love. I've been putting in some thought to that and making sure it's inclusive to help motivate others, but drawing is so tedious despite how much I used to love drawing. Oh, I feel that though. Oh my god. Like there's always like I don't know if that's the same for you, but there's like a fun part and then the tedious part. Like it's two different parts for me. Like if I make like I'm super creative, I love doing creative stuff. I love creating in general. But there's always like fun parts which are really nice and then there's really tedious parts. For example, like video editing, oh my god, do not ask me. No, no, no. I don't want to. I don't want to. I can't. I don't like everything is weird. I don't know. I can't. No. I don't like it. Or like for example, like I created like D&D character sheets and like Stormlight, Cosmere RPG, like Daggerheart, like just character sheets for like TTRPGs, right? And like merge and stuff. And there's always like a fun part of like creating the like initial piece. And then there comes like the detail part at the end where you have to like snap every box to the like specific field, and then sometimes it doesn't work and you have to like zoom in and then see it's like 1 pixel off and stuff like this. And then it's like it's not snapping, so it's always like one below and then one above and then one below and then one above. And it's driving me nuts. Or like you crochet something and you have like the perfect normal pattern, and then it's like you're at this point where like the whole thing was like relatively quick. But so for example with the jellyfish here, I don't know, you can't properly see that, but thing is the like outer brim here is like it's like 450 on the first thing, and then it's times 3, so 1,500, and then it's times 3. Yeah. That's the part where I'm like, I can't take this anymore. It's like, I'm starving. I don't know. That's the tedious part. Like, the whole other thing, no problem whatsoever. But then, like, this riffle ruffle thing for, like, 400, like, 4,500 chain. But Jesus. No. Well, I study philosophy and my therapist is having a hard time. But, like, are they personally having a hard time or with you because you're studying philosophy? Therapy last Monday, and when I was done, my therapist said she was going to her therapist. I get that. There are so many bad things. Yeah. I think it takes definitely a lot of effort to just stay like, because as a therapist, I think, and like even to extension in this stream, like for me, I need to take care that my mental health is good and that I'm emotionally stable. Because otherwise I wouldn't be emotionally available to you guys. And I wouldn't be able to like give you like good care, if that makes sense. Imaginary exams. Yeah, exactly, tainted wisdom. Exactly this. Jellyfish, you wondered what that was? Yeah, it's a jellyfish. Yeah. I like to make a D&D character sheet, but I always get stuck on the backstory. Oh, sorry, I can't give you help in any way there, because I make that up on the go. Like, I never spend more than 10 minutes on a character sheet, and I could like I make like backstory stand up, like stand up comedy type situation, you know, like stand up backstories is how I do it. I also like I even DM like this sometimes. Like when I DM, I never prep. It's like always sort of like I'm the person you ask for DMing if your DM like is sick, you know? Like and you had a session planned or like somebody else wanted to DM but they don't feel like it anymore and now you're like 10 minutes before the session and you need a DM, that's when you ask me because we're going to have a great session. But yeah, I don't prep. No. I even like recently I tried a different type of situation with DMing. It's like I don't know if you've ever heard it, but it's essentially like DMing for people who have played D&D, have like low key like an idea about D&D, or like some people at least. Like it doesn't need to be anybody, but essentially it only needs to be me. To be fair, um, so like I have played D&D, and I tried the DMing style where you don't have anything. You don't have stats. You don't have a character sheet. You just have the dice, and we start into the story, and you tell me what you want to do, and then I'm going to tell you roll a d20, and then I ask you how good your character is at this. Like, is this something you have trained for years, or like, you know, like, is this something you're like now doing, but you're not technically like you haven't done this before? And then I'm just gonna like gauge the bonus you're gonna get on the roll, and then that's how we roll. And we played like one session like this, and it was really, really amazing. It was really quick. It was really nice, actually. Um, but yeah, I don't know if that's a thing for like everybody, but to me, that was actually really, really nice. Yeah. Would you recommend therapy, or do you think Twitch is a better therapeutic escape? Hmm. Depends on what you're struggling with. Um, if you really want therapy, I think therapy is the right thing. If you might just need counseling, I think Twitch might be a good thing. But it really depends on like who you want counseling for. Like counseling can technically, like from the idea, counseling is a thing where it's better than like asking your friends or family because you can like talk about certain things without judgment, but that's also only the case if the counselor is understanding that concept. So I think like therapy, like usually the idea is that therapists are more schooled than counselors, right? Like they have a higher educational degree. Technically, they should be able to adjust to you better and handle you better. I've heard stories of therapists screaming at their patients. I'm not gonna be here and pretend every therapist is a saint and every therapist is a godlike creature who is absolutely capable at their job and would make such a better job than I do. Um, but there's definitely therapists, like there's good therapists, which are like, like my therapist, for example, is, I don't think I really genuinely, no chance I would have gotten that progress by listening to a stream. And I'm going to be honest about this. Like, it doesn't even matter the stream. It doesn't matter if it would be God Himself making that stream. Because being in person and having this personal situation of Him seeing me, like my facial and body and everything, right? And I'm able to see him, and we're just having that like personal space where like nobody else is listening and nobody else knows what's going on, being able to be like fully open, that's a huge thing. Existing. But choosing not to, which caused my own suffering. Mm. Hi, Spider. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. I mean, honestly, I think being mentally stable is actually not so much about being strong-minded. But honestly, more so being able to take care of yourself really well, anticipating your needs, and taking care of your needs, fulfilling your needs, and not putting yourself in a space where you ever lack too many things at once. I used to play D&D for hours when I was a kid, but I don't really have much friend evenness to play this kind of games with. But it's great. In our Discord, there's a D&D section, by the way. You can always type there if you look for an online game, by the way. Like I know of like 2 people actually in the community who sort of like considered starting one, so there might actually just be a space. And then there's always like the situation like when somebody wants to do a one-shot or something. So for example, just yesterday we actually did a one-shot on the Discord. So like if anybody is like, it's always like I would always like text into the D&D channel that you're interested in taking part in something. Because there's probably not gonna be much of a like at everyone like I want to start a one shot, I need people, but it's probably more like of I've heard this person is playing D&D, so I'm gonna ask them like personally. So like put yourself out there and then like see if anybody's gonna text you and stuff. But it can take a while. Like this was the like first one in months, so it's done. Nice. Is it even possible to be completely stable? Isn't it pure stoicism then? I don't know, to be honest. Okay, I'll check Discord, thanks. To me, being mentally stable is not an absence of sadness or an absence of ads are back. Wait, what? What? So Neilist, do you also have ads? Not that I'm like talking to the void here, that would be sad. You don't have ads? Oh. Oh. So, yeah, exactly. So, what I'm trying to say is, to me, being mentally stable is not the absence of sadness or anger or like other negative emotions. But it's just the way that you don't like you can behave like you want to behave. Like you're never so overwhelmed by emotions that you do stuff you regret, but you're able to notice emotions sooner and then regulate your emotions in a way that you stay within bounds, sort of being able to like just be yourself and like normally behave in a way. So so essentially like not bouncing or like being like concerned with like suicidal ideations, for example, but just also like the sort of like how much something is like emotionally impacting you, being on like a level which is like you can handle it. It's like not bad. Like you don't feel like killing yourself when you like throw down your toaster, you know what I mean? Like that you're able to handle setbacks because you can regulate your emotion. And yeah, that sort of like situation is a combination of like precaution, anticipating your needs, then knowing how to like what to do in those situations, asking for support, or like it's a combination of a lot of things. And hi, Psychofusion. We're on today. We actually, well, we technically wanted to talk about death, but now we're now we're talking about the meaning of being mentally stable, I think. I'd say being stable is about being able to deal with what might life throw at you and being aware of your environment and shortcomings as well as your advantages. Yeah. Yeah. So like for example, I'm mentally stable since like I don't know, longer. And to me it was like I don't know, like I didn't have like no points where I like wasn't sad or wasn't angry and stuff like this. Like I had points where I was sad or I was angry. Like for example, like my Reddit account was banned because it was like a new Reddit account and I made a post about my my D&D character sheet I made and with the link to my shop where I'm selling it. And then they banned the account and like I was angry, of course. I don't think they have unbanned the account, by the way. I think they think I'm sort of like an ad bot or whatever, and like that's fair, but I'm still pissed. And then I had like my Etsy shop was banned actually because I used like I tried to like buy something and I used the credit card of my husband, and then like next day I was banned. And yeah, it wasn't actually the stream, it was like the D&D character sheet, but yeah, anyways. So it was really like it was not something where I was like, oh, like a subreddit reported me or something. I was like well within the laws of the subreddit I was posting in. But yeah, I think it was literally just because it was like new account, I was posting a link, that combination. And yeah, with the Etsy account, like, yeah, I just paid with the credit card of my husband, and that was apparently fraudulent activity. And they are run by AI bots now, so they don't really check anything else. So yeah, and that got me like also really angry and like frustrated and sad. But it's like it's not making me frustrated to a point where like I don't know, where I'm like sad the entire time, you know? Yeah. It's like it's annoying, but I'm able to act. I don't like I just behave like I would. I have like some mellow days and that's it. Yeah. Yes, husband whammy. Why can we I think this is so uncomfortable. Why is my relationship status important to you, whammy? I'm not even interested in you. Like it's like the situation wouldn't change if I wouldn't have a husband because you wouldn't be the husband in any case. You know? Like, ooh. I don't know. Like, this is so weird. Like, this, like, odd entitlement to the, I don't know. Okay. We cool now. Okay. Yeah, how long before creators being banned? She's getting banned left and right. Honestly, though, honestly, like, seriously, like, if you at some point, like, don't see me anymore, you know, like, and can't see the stream anymore, you know what's going on. So there are two factors at play here. One, maybe the therapist knows how to keep you accountable, and two, you still need to make the change. It is healthy to make the change, but if you know you're stable where you are, you can wait, but keep it in mind. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's also really interesting to explore why you're not able to implement the change. Like, is there still, like, what is the resistance there still is? Like, are you, like, maybe there's a smaller step you can take? Maybe there's still something to be explored about that resistance and how you can resolve it, you know? Mm-mm. I don't like the mods actually also texted me. Like, they said, like, they didn't ban me or anything. But they said my account just got banned. So yeah. Because I'm banned, like, by Reddit. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Hmm. I really don't think so, because the thing I posted, like, these, like, D&D character sheets and then the link to my shop, it's actually, like, it was a subreddit where this like, there is a place for this. Like, if you use, like, a very specific tag, it's actually, like, welcome that, like, people post these, like, character sheets. So yeah, like, it wasn't against the rules of the subreddit or anything. Mm. But it doesn't matter too much anyway, because I think because Zach on his account then, like, posted my post after I got banned, and that one is still up, I think. Yeah, please, somebody with marketing background take over, because jeez, I can't be bothered, guys. I can't be bothered. It's taking everything out of me. I don't know. Okay, guys, it's 4:45. So, mm, I mean, if you ever, like, know somebody, right, who's looking for a character sheet for, like, Daggerheart or Cosmere or D&D, you know where to send them. But let's actually, like, end the stream. Let's do our like, end of stream ritual, and then I will see you guys next time. Oh, Nihilist, thank you so much for your sub. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh. Well, you can look at all the VODs of the stream on YouTube if you want to. Um, so if you still want to hear me yap, um, that is an option. But that's the best I can offer. The next stream is going to be on Thursday. It's 12 CET, or what does it say here? 11 UTC or 6 AM ET. Exactly. So you were the order, by the way? Because I saw the other day that somebody like ordered my merch. And I was like, oh, yeah. So can't wait. Oh my god. Like, I would love to see pictures of you with the merch, but if you don't want to, it's obviously totally okay. But I would love to. Mm. Is it a Central European time? Yeah. It's not summertime. It's normally normal CT. Yeah. Yeah, it's really fine in the list. Don't worry. Now I have a new favorite streamer is an ego begging for money. Well, in our world, a lot of focus is on money, right? I don't know. I think it's really, yeah, it's really sad that money is so important in our society. Especially nowadays, right? Like with housing prices and everything getting so expensive. But I mean, at the same time, you're choosing your favorite streamers. So I have a explain. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. I have seen it's gonna take a while. Yeah. Yes. So yeah. But this is not like don't run away yet, okay? Because we still have our end of stream ritual, guys. Like you guys are getting a little bit too quick to want to leave the stream, I feel like, um because we still have our stretching and belly breathing to do and then our all stars. No hoodies. I'm gonna yeah, so thing is I was really unmotivated to do anything since it was like only like me buying my merch, So yeah. But if you want hoodies, I can do hoodies. But yeah, I also still need to put like my own like stream merch into the shop. I haven't done that either. There's like, yeah. Because the Pride collection, like any Pride, so actually all T-shirt designs right now, which are available in the shop, which are either like mental health related, activism related, or Pride related. All of them are actually the how do I explain, like how do I say this? Like they're as cheap as possible the entire time. They're essentially set to no revenue, to just make them like as accessible as possible. So yeah, I get like technically I have revenue because I get like $2 or something. But then like the fees for the money transfer and stuff like this, and yeah. So this is just set to not get into minus at all with any type of like money conversion. Yeah. The D&D hoodie? All right. I got you. So, bonjour. Welcome, guys. But I'm actually going offline. I'm really sorry. We're only doing our at the end of stream ritual now. Okay, that's desperate. But yeah, the thing is, I have a meet up with friends today. So anybody who still needs help or advice, needs to meet me in the next stream. I mean, the question is really like, why can people? You mean like, yeah, DM? I mean, people can, but I'm not available via DM. I need my personal time for, well, life. To become a billionaire in a month? What? Yeah. The next stream is on Thursday. But yeah, let's stretch, guys. We've been sitting for a while. Do you have something like a schedule? Well, technically I have something better, right? Because I have like this. Yes. All right, tainted wisdom. See you next time then. Yeah. Usually it's like 5 hours, but sometimes we do longer, but I do try to end around the 5 hour mark. Yes. Mm. But I mean, Pyro, like others can just like look at this, right? Or no? Or like, how do you mean? Because it's like below the stream, it's also there. So I think that's actually better than the chat command, no? I'm too blind. That's fine. When is the next stream? New Year's? Is that New Year's? Wait. Wait, that is the first. Oof. Hmm. Okay, wait, guys. That is the first indeed. Oh. Mm. It's fine, Pyra, I get it. Oh. So we're with friends on New Year's. So it's gonna be like late, so I don't Okay. I think that's gonna be tough. I think you might tainted with some tainted with them. um I think I might have to cancel the next stream, like the stream on the 1st. Just because I think it might be just too exhausting, you know, like I don't know, I do want to give you guys the like proper, like how do you say that, like, you know, like be fully there. So you cannot disappoint. That's a sort of low-key toxic sentiment, Darkberry. No? Like, isn't it more important that I feel like healthy, well rested, and I'm able to be there fully? Oh, okay. Okay, that's all right. Okay. Where do you come from, by the way? Is English maybe not your first language or something? Because, oh lord, that was, yeah. Well, it's not toxic if there's, if it's just miscommunication, right? But I will note that down. So. Hmm. Yeah. What? So you don't mean you're like, I'm unable to disappoint, so I have to do it. This is how, like, you don't mean that? Or you do mean that? We're going from like miscommunication to miscommunication, yeah. But yeah, let's see. Mm, exactly, Pyro. Ah, okay, okay. Okay. So that's a big difference then. Very good. Um, so, but yeah. So then coming back to the original sort of thing, right? So I didn't have in mind that it's the first. I don't know why, but I really thought it's the second. Like that the second would be first day. Considering that the first is the first day now, is I don't think I can do that. So I think it was more like the confusing part for me, Berry, was more the combination with your message before that, of like still expecting a stream and then you cannot disappoint and we'll see you when we see you. So that sort of like the combination of that sort of made me think it's like, oh, like you can't not stream, you know. But yeah, I mean now it's explained, so that's fine. I mean that's why like clearing up miscommunications is like a important part of communication really. But yeah, I'm noticing how I get like really tired because of like all the bright lights in my face. So don't say it like that, Tainted Wisdom. I feel bad. But we're gonna see each other on Monday already. Like it's gonna be fine. And like till then, I'm gonna be on the Discord. So I'm not like entirely out of touch, guys. So you can just join the Discord. We're gonna do a few like check-ins and stuff. Oh, Jenny's live? Wait, let me check. Yes. Yeah. We'll go to Jenny. Was it nice last time? Like was it good? Like I didn't send no like no trolls or something, right? We have no use for binge drink. We don't. Oh wait, why is my screen like that? Tainted Wisdom. Oh my god, jeez. I don't want to like have double voice here. Hell no. My eyes are really tired. I don't know if you guys can see, but they're really tired. So as the last point of action, we're gonna do belly breathing, which is also called diaphragmatic breathing. I don't know if I say this correctly, but that's how you write it. You put one hand on your chest, you put one hand on your belly, and you try to really like only breathe in your belly, so don't move the hand on your chest if you can. It's sort of as a control measure to be able to notice when you were to like breathe here instead. And then you breathe in, and when you breathe out, you like push your lips together to get a little bit of resistance to breathe out slower. You can also vary your breathing depending on how you feel. I usually start with some sort of like faster breaths out, but just, yeah, to like really let everything go and then go on to the slower breathing. You can also stretch in combination. Try to listen to the music, how relaxing it sounds. Sadly, in my apartment, there is, I think, like 2 apartments up or something, there is a dog which is constantly barking since 10 minutes. Disturbing the silence only a little bit. I need to acquire a larger, louder dog to combat it. Exactly. You're saying it correct, coming from a biomedical science specialist. Love that. Thank you. My dog never barks. That's good. I'm like, oh. I feel like low-key a little bit sad for the dog because like dogs don't like just bark, right? Like he also like the dog like also feels anxious or whatever, and that's why he barks or like irritated, right? But I'm just like a really sensitive person, so like if this is going on for too long, it's making me like just like also a bit tense because I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Why are you barking the entire time? Like, is everything fine? I don't think so. So I'm just gonna shake a little bit. This is something honestly underrated. I can only recommend. Okay. So, last part of the stream is all stars. So this is the very, very last part of the stream, and then we go offline or More so, we rate Jenny. But as a part of this, we just share with the stream what, like, our favorite moment of the stream, really. And it can be something like we said, it can be something somebody else said, it can be something I said. But just, yeah, just sort of their favorite moment or favorite situation of the stream. Yeah, well, for you, it's really like tough situation, right? You just came in at the very last bit of the stream. Sorry, buddy. Like, really unlucky timing. But maybe we're gonna see each other next week. Because this week, Thursday, is actually the stream is cancelled because of New Year's. But yeah, next week, Monday, is we're back. Meeting someone new. So just sort of like being in the stream and getting to know everybody. That was your favorite part, Dogberry? Or maybe not best, but it was interesting how there were 2 people banned today. Oh, Pyro. Sure. Yeah, perfect. A favorite part of the stream, the bans. My favorite moment was being slightly happier from your great vibes. Thank you so much. That's so cute. New connections with sympathetic people. I enjoy the topics. Same here. So I had a couple of really nice moments. Like, so my like sort of favorite moments of the stream was first of all how I started stream and there were instantly like so many of you. Like that was crazy. Like I felt so famous in that moment. But that was really that was so nice. To just I don't know, it was also like, I don't know, low-key, I was sort of like hoping, like, you know, like I'm just gonna go offline, there's gonna be nobody there, and I'm gonna like eat my like cereal real quick, and like nobody's gonna notice. So that didn't happen. But at the same time, it was just so nice actually to be surprised by so many of you and just be able to dive right into it. And not be the like sole entertainer in the beginning. And then the second part, actually, I do have to say, I really appreciated like Indiana John and Lucan sort of like helping to, yeah, to guide the stream a little bit, because we are getting like low-key, we're getting like a bigger community, and especially if we're like discussing certain subjects, it can be like quite hard for me to like stay on par with everybody in chat, because like I'm trying to say something to a message and then meanwhile you guys are going, and that's like perfect, and I love that, right? Like I'm blessed that I have so many chatters. But at the same time, it's like then I arrive like too late to the party when we're sort of like getting off track. So I really appreciated Indiana John and sort of Lucan just trying to help me keep everything on track there. And well, the other thing was actually really our, well, the topic we had today, where we talked about SA and the sort of like implications of that and all of it. Because I thought, even though it was a really hard topic, right? It was a really tough topic. It was just, I really like the way we sort of like came together to be there for them and just be able to like help them a little bit, you know? So that's also a moment where, even though the topic was so tough, it's just a thing where I really felt really proud of us as a community, guys. Yeah. True, Indiana John, true. Hi, Becky. Welcome, welcome. You're sadly coming to the end of the stream here. We're just getting ready to wrap up and rate Jenny. So if you want to catch one of my streams, you sadly have to come back next week on Monday. Yeah, honestly, like, Pyro, this is something like Twitch for sure does on purpose. Just kidding. Hmm. But I think that's also like, it was really good that you did take your space there. And I honestly, like, I can't say that enough, but I do love when you guys know your boundaries and you don't stay out of like a misplaced sense of like loyalty to me and like watching the whole stream, but then you just know like, okay, like this trigger topic is being brought up and I'm gonna take a pause right here, you know, like I'm gonna come back later. There's more of the stream, you know. And I think this is really amazing because this enables us to have all sorts of discussions, right? Because we make space with that for all sorts of topics. I have a poem from when I was a kid about imagining holding the head of the person who has wronged you underwater, but in a wholesome black comedy way. You can send it into the Discord if you want to. But okay. We're just gonna sure. Let's see that poem on Discord then. Okay. Everyone has a voice and most are respected. Yeah. I think honestly, sometimes it's hard to sort of like hold the balance in a stream here because, yeah, like miscommunications can happen, and I don't want to like exclude anybody just because of some miscommunications. But at the same time, at a certain point, that of course can just sort of like create an unsafe environment if the miscommunications always lead to disconnection and are, well, turns into a overarching theme of creating disconnecting moments. I really like the way you phrase things, Indiana John. I can absolutely, like, honestly, like, that makes a lot of sense that you work in customer service. You had, like, great answers. Really eloquent. Yeah. Hmm. I see, Esther. Okay. So I will, you know what? I will write this down, and I hope I'm gonna think about it. Um, but if not, just bring it up next time. Watching from Ireland. Oh my god. That's so cool. And welcome, welcome. But yeah, we're at the end of the stream. I'm really sorry. We have been saying like our byes for like a couple of minutes now, actually, already. So if you want to be there and catch the next stream, then it's going to be on Monday next week. And sorry, love. The only thing I can offer is my YouTube channel, because I upload all the old VODs of the stream and also the VOD of this stream there. So if you want to just, I don't know, get to know me a little bit, this would be a place. I also try to put all the like main topics of the stream into the title of the stream. So you can actually sort of like choose which one, I don't know, is maybe interesting to you, and maybe even contains already like some support you need. Oh geez. Yeah. I think you are, Indiana John. Yeah. It's a really really valuable quality in our society. So, and then the other thing is our Discord. So anybody who hasn't yet, think about joining the Discord. If anybody wants to support me or this stream or this mission or whatever, here is my shop where I sell TTRPG assets, stream assets, and also have some like free shit and stuff. So if anybody, for example, is looking for like a resource list to like really nice resources on the internet, this is where you're gonna find it. Or some free backgrounds, for example, like affirmation backgrounds I made a couple year ago, something, or maybe 2 years, I don't know. And I'm gonna look into it. Actually, I've been looking into making earrings. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but last stream, we actually talked about like merch earrings. I've been looking into them. Actually, I do have some ideas. It's not like I never. It's not like I have ideas for everything, but yeah, I happen to have some ideas, and I'm low key considering it. Yeah. But yeah, I need to see. If I'm gonna have time for that actually. D&D socks. Ooh, that would be really cool. Mhm. The only thing though I do have to say is with like because I don't make socks myself, right? I have no fucking clue how that works. And so the socks you can make online, which like work with drop shipping, I don't know, I just didn't see a really great combinations of like price to quality. Yet, like I'm gonna look into it. But yeah. I don't know, like so far I was always like, I don't know. Can be the clip-on earrings. Well, they're not. I haven't actually looked into clip-on earrings at all, so I have no clue if that's a possibility. They're too expensive for the quality, I know. Yeah. So this is like the only thing I've found so far. So I can look into it if there's like better options now, but yeah, we'll see, I guess. Yeah. Okay, but that's actually it. So we had the YouTube link, we had the Discord link, now we had the merge link. So we're good to go, I think. I think we can go over to Jenny. I'm getting so tired right now. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I might actually just be crashing out in terms of sugar. I did have like more to more as breakfast now, but I probably just need to drink actually. Like with the also like with the muscle pain. Actually, I didn't take that into consideration, but like your body's like healing, right? So you need more energy. And yeah, so well, anyways. So I'm gonna take care of my body now, and I hope you guys do the same. I'm working on my English. We'll see you try. We see you try. It's good. It's good. Yeah, exactly. I'm honestly like good that you remind me. I'm instantly gonna get some BCAAs. Yeah, for sure. I actually okay. The thing I do want to talk about. What I looked into is actually like colored t-shirts. Not like t-shirts, but like colored. How you say them? Like like yeah. My brain can't work anymore. This is what happens when you don't take care of your body properly, guys. Learn from me. Don't make the same mistakes. Eat some sugary foods. Yeah, I will like the BC AA drink I have. It's sort of like a sport drink, or it's like a powder, but it's a sport thing. So it has tons of sugar in it too. So I'm just gonna do that, and then I'm gonna like instantly make some food. Also, just by walking again, I'm gonna like my blood is gonna flow better and stuff like this. So, but okay, so we started the race, and what I want to remind everybody of at this point in time is air out your room, drink something too, go to the toilet, eat something, and do some stretches, move, maybe jump a little bit, you know, just keep your like blood going again, pump it through your body a little bit, help your body to properly get oxygen into in your teeny tiny toe and into your hands and everywhere where it needs to go. And then we're gonna see each other next week on Monday. I'm gonna put that into the Discord as well. Jeez, so much to remember. Yeah, but I'm gonna do that too. And also, quick little update actually. We're sort of low key getting there that I can finally like make D&D dice again. And I'm gonna like sell some D&D dice too. So just putting that out there. Yeah. All right, guys. So see you next Monday. Thank you all for being here today. It was really, really amazing. And thank you all for helping to keep this community a safe place. And be vulnerable. And see you guys next time. And now have fun with Jenny. Be nice to her and tell her I can't join, okay? I gotta